Welcome to the conversation. You guys hear the conspiracy theory on the 5G, system and how it's doing X, Y, or Z? I don't know. I barely heard it, but I'm sure it's driving millions of people to do insane things. So luckily, somebody looked into it. That's Ken Klippenstein, formerly of The Nation, formerly of TYT, currently of The Intercept. Ken, welcome back to the show.
Hey, great to be with you.
Good to have you. All right, so you wrote about white supremacists and conspiracy theorists that are targeting cell towers. So first off, even before we get to white supremacy and what it has to do with cell towers, what is the 5G conspiracy? I don't even know it. Are they implanting chips? What are they implanting? Who's doing the implanting? Is it Fauci? Is it Bill Gates? Who is it? What's happening?
Yeah, the idea is that this new 5G wireless technology actually caused the coronavirus. When I first saw this, the way I actually learned about it was from an intelligence report that a source gave to me regarding a number of attacks on cell towers across the country the day prior to and the day of the Capitol 6th riot. And so I was like, what on earth is this? So I start poking around. Another source gives to me an intelligence report from the New York Police Department's intelligence wing about essentially the same thing. And they said that sort of a general breakdown in the society and trust in institutions, in government, is leading people not just to think that these towers are somehow spreading the coronavirus, but that they need to be destroyed and able to stop it in order to stop it. And there have been some very sophisticated attempts to do exactly that, breaking into facilities, destroying the kind of, it gets complicated, but the cabling that runs these kinds of things. It's happened all over the country. It's happened all over Europe. I had no idea how widespread this was.
Yeah. Okay, so before we get into the why the right wing thinks this, like as opposed to the left wing or the middle wing or what, there's so much insanity in the world. But I'm curious, you didn't write much about this, I don't think, but why the towers? How in the world would a cell tower have anything to do with an infectious disease like coronavirus?
Well, the theory itself is just different variations of it. But what I can tell you is that in the New York Police Department's intelligence assessment on it, there you'd certainly say have been, let's say reactionary sort of tone or attitude. But then there's much more, explicitly reactionary in the white supremacists. There were a number of neo-Nazis that were described as telling people and trying to organize attacks on what's called critical infrastructure. And so these two groups, it seems as though they've overlapped in this, concern about the cell towers. On the part of the conspiracy theorists, they think it's spreading coronavirus. On the part of the white supremacists and the neo-Nazi groups, they are doing the same thing that militant groups overseas do when they try to collapse the state by targeting critical infrastructure and making it so that the state can't function.
A lot of you might remember there was a December 25th, i.e. the Christmas bombing in 2020, which is not that long ago, obviously, in Nashville, Tennessee, where the guy pulled up a giant van and was trying to blow up the AT&T building. And so, Ken, do we know for sure that he was trying to target the 5G towers there? And do we know if he was a conspiracy theorist or a white supremacist or both? And then, but really the main question is, I know that I'm trying to understand the logic of people who have no logic at all, but like, what did that guy think was gonna happen if he knocked out a random tower in Nashville? And then what happens?
Well, this is one of the most troubling developments of the last several years. Is in that case, the FBI said it was inconclusive. They don't know. They know that what he attacked was a critical piece of communications infrastructure that served wireless and telecommunications all across not just that state, but I think the entire region. I don't think it's unreasonable to surmise from that that may have been part of the motive. But the FBI said we just don't know, and it is very redolent of other attacks by individuals, sort of similar. I mean, if you have an attack by a Muslim individual or whatever it may be, the FBI very quickly is like, oh, ISIS, and they had this ideology and this and that. And now we've got these sort of I don't know what Caucasian individuals who had these attacks, and the FBI is just like, yeah, we don't know. I would say look at the Las Vegas shooting. I read the report. Their conclusion was they didn't know what to make of that either, and this is very troubling because these sorts of things keep happening. You just seem to have limited either willingness on the part of the intelligence agencies to say what it is, or even limited insight as to what's going on here. But they said they just don't know.
Yeah, I think there's two phenomenon going on there. One is that they will get political pressure if they say it is white supremacist or anything to do with the right wing, because then Ted Cruz and all the rest of them will yell at him and pull him into hearings and try to get him fired. And it's so ironic because that is the definition of political correctness. The FBI might be factually correct, but they are not politically correct if they say it's white supremacists. So that they're careful about that. The second part of it is, Ken, it appears that it's just the assumptions built into people, and hence that's why we talk about how discrimination, racism, bigotry, et cetera, is in the back of all of our heads because of the programming we've gotten from the media and the rest of society, where they see a Muslim guy do a bombing, they go, well, obviously terrorist. They see a white guy do a bombing and go, I have no idea why. I think they genuinely believe it. I mean, that's a good white guy. I don't know why he would do that. Oh, bad Muslim guy, that's obvious, right? And so, but let me bring it back around to the question of white supremacy. Why are the white so the white supremacists they're not in it for the coronavirus? Why are they targeting the 5G towers? Just because it's an infrastructure? Did they pick it out of a hat, or are they piggybacking on this conspiracy theory? Like, what does white supremacy have to do with random cell towers?
Yeah, these groups are very diffuse, and it's hard to pin down any one ideology. But there certainly is a lot. I think there is a fairly clear distinction between the sort of Dale Gribble kind of conspiracy theorists who, in the past, might have believed things that now you look at it, it's almost charming, like UFOs or Bigfoot or these kind of things that as a kid I sort of enjoyed playing around with. Now it's becoming more politicized, and I think that we're seeing more interaction between those two groups. I don't know if the far right white supremacist groups are using this for recruitment, but certainly their goals are more political in nature. I'm not saying they don't believe in conspiracy theories; they absolutely do. But it's less that. It seems to be more trying to effectuate a either collapse of the state, or many of them believe in what's called accelerationism, the idea that if you can accelerate the collapse of society, then we can bring about this white nation that we want, or ethno state that we want. So it's much more political in orientation, but they're increasingly becoming difficult to distinguish and overlapping more and more. So I think that distinction will break down going forward.
Well, I mean, I'm going to take a silver lining out of this, which is that apparently the white supremacists are frustrated that they're not as in charge as they used to be. So, okay, we'll call that good news. But Ken, it almost feels like a larger, more modern version of a cross burning. Because even if you knock out the biggest cell tower in Nashville, it ain't gonna make a goddamn piece of difference, right? There's no way that makes a difference, right? But it feels like they wanna light the tower on fire just to be able to say, we're here and we still wanna terrorize you.
Yeah, and the amount of thought that goes into some of these things. They cite several instances in the intelligence report that I got and that I wrote about. And you have people cutting holes into perimeter fences in order to get in there and be able to destroy the cabling that powers these kinds of things. I mean, and you had another guy fake an alibi that he worked for some government agency to be able to access it. This is a degree of planning that goes into these things that I think in the past, when you look at some of the, like I was saying before, the UFO guys, there wasn't that extent of sort of operational planning, and I think that's concerning in itself.
Yeah. All right. Now, I'm not equating the two. We're very clear about this, but there are folks on the left who have started to believe conspiracy theories as well. They are not at all violent. And if they are, we'll tell you, right? We're not afraid of facts and reporting the news here. Ken isn't, I'm not. But it seems to be still on a more harmless side. But unfortunately, one of them appears to be Naomi Wolf. So what did you do now, Ken, in regards to Naomi Wolf?
Well, she's been tweeting all of this anti-vax stuff, and it's sort of disappointing to see because she has this sort of cachet with the left in a way that a lot of these conspiracy theorists don't. I think that typically liberals seem to be very enthusiastic about individuals that are supposed to sort of be banner men for that, like Fauci, even to an extent that I'm sort of uncomfortable with. But in her case, she's posting all this stuff saying that, vaccines are harming kids and these kind of things. I was sort of upset by that. So I just, as a way to kind of illustrate to people how poorly thought out these kind of ideologies tend to be, I sent her a gag quote that I had made using a male porn star, where I said he was dressed up as a doctor, one of the roles that he plays, and I put in that quote, the coronavirus, why do we need, or the vaccines, why do we need to make the case to people if they're so safe? Why do we need to persuade people to do it? And she tweeted it out almost immediately. And the point I'm trying to make here is that these folks don't think this stuff through. They'll just get something that agrees with this, ideology and just throw it out there without even looking into it.
All right, Ken, appreciate it, brother. Thanks for coming on.
Good to talk to you, Cenk.
Cenk Uygur is not here today, which means that I will be able to talk during the show. Now,
we'll see.
Poor Cenk, under the bus.
My God, if Jesus came back, how much would the Republicans hate him? Now you have to give away all of your possessions to the poor. Steve King would be like, oh, Weezy. Everyone should be lucky enough to have a John Iadarola in their life.
You confused everyone.
Okay, sorry. I thought it was pretty clear.
Take a break now.
You can turn me into Dr. Manhattan as long as I get what Dr. Manhattan's packing, okay?
The liberal mom says, Mark Thompson, have you ever thought about doing one of those tapes that soothe people to sleep? Like Mark Thompson reads the phone book. I'd buy it.
If you'll buy it, I'll do it.
Emilio D'Amelio writes in, John, you are so thick. I love you. That's what he wrote.
Pork Chop Express writes in and says John Iadarola needs a new jacket.
Whoa.
Those 24-inch pythons are about to burst out of his sleeve.
Gun, baby.
You know, the two people here said that their moms were both in love with you over Beauty and the Beast?
Mm-hmm. That's an improvement. I usually get grandmothers.
Charlie Turk.
No, wait a minute, don't you dare.
Chemical castration when we return from the break.
I hope that, who they choose for the White House isn't just a borderline Klansman. That's all we gotta hope.
That's it. We will settle it.
She's cute. I didn't say that about Laura Ingraham.
Scandal at TYT. Did Anna comment on my tan yet? No, she hasn't.
You're a good bosser.
But Anna did say that I come in here today with a fresh mind. That's all I'm about. I'm about a fresh mind.
I can't with you right now. Okay?
She just can't. She can't, but nonetheless, we have to for another 3 hours. I'm back, baby. Let's rip in the Republicans. See, don't miss the live show.
That's great.
Tell people, if you're a member, you get the whole live show whenever you want, because this stuff doesn't go into any of the clips.
You are the media revolution. You are much needed.
TYT!
The place is like 95% TYT Army.
You guys, the Young Turks, which is my favorite channel, we're getting that message out.
Cenk and the Young Turks do an extraordinarily good job.
No matter what mainstream media says, you have to listen to the Young Turks.
The people who support us on the internet, that's what gives us strength. That's what allows anyone who was in there who was undecided to think, one side seems to be winning, they seem to have a bigger army, there might be a reason for that. So thank you guys.
Across the map are going to be so tight and so close that it is likely going to be very difficult to call this on election night.
The twin forces behind the Biden candidacy, the billionaires and the Bolsheviks.
Arizona, 19 million. For the vice president, 9 million, a little over 9 million for President Trump.
We are desperate for Donald Trump to not be president anymore because he's fascist and is a threat to our democracy. And we said that from day one. Yes, we want Biden to beat Trump. Is that clear enough?
It is increasingly difficult for the American public to get any sort of truth.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
Here at TYT, we strive to instill confidence in our voters by educating them with factual, reliable, and easy to understand political information. And that's why we've partnered with Politiscope. Politiscope is the easiest way to understand the policies that your elected officials vote for and against. They also have the same goal of changing the perception of politics and reshaping the way political information is sought out and consumed. Politiscope strips away all the unnecessary complexity of politics and empowers voters with raw, unbiased information about elected officials and the policies they support. You can download the Politiscope app on the App Store or on the Google Play Store.
All right, back on the conversation. Now we want to talk about the shooting in Atlanta. Is it a hate crime? So a lot of you might answer yes, and there's very good reason to say that. But what kind of hate crime? And is there any chance that it could be prosecuted? So that's what we want to talk about now. We're going to bring in Irene Zhang. She is with Insider's Voice of Color and has written about this on a couple of occasions. So Irene, welcome to the conversation.
Thank you.
No problem. So Irene, first of all, let me just jump in with, everybody's talking about how it's potentially a hate crime against Asians, and there's a compelling case for that. But to me, it screams of a hate crime against women, and I'm kind of confounded as to why that's not getting more attention. So can you clarify for us, are there hate crimes on the issue of gender as well? And is that getting enough attention in this case?
So yes, there are hate crimes on the issue of gender, both federally speaking and in Georgia's state hate crime statute. In this case, experts aren't exactly sure whether or not there's evidence to categorize it as a race-based hate crime. Investigators still need to finish, figuring out really what was the motivation behind this. But based on what Robert Aaron Long has already said to police, that he killed these women because he wanted to get rid of temptation, that is pretty solid evidence for a gender-based hate crime.
Yeah, there's no look. The people that are in a sense almost implicitly protecting him from the race-based hate crime are admitting to his gender-based hate crime. They're saying, "Oh no, it's because he, was led to believe that sex and porn were terrible addictions, and he needed to fight the temptation, and that's why he had to kill these women." I think you just admitted to a hate crime. So I, right? What am I? I'm not missing anything, am I?
No, you're not missing anything, but ultimately it is up to state prosecutors and then possibly federal prosecutors to decide whether or not they have a case against him. Sometimes they might just not decide to prosecute because in this case, he is facing the death penalty, and there isn't really anything worse than that. And prosecutors might decide it's not worth it to put those additional hate crime charges on top of the charges that he's already facing.
So you explain in your articles the Department of Justice takes a long time to do a hate crime. There's a understandable bureaucracy around it, but it is very frustrating, and the Attorney General has to sign off on it, et cetera. In the case of Georgia, what do they have to prove to show that it's a hate crime?
In the case of Georgia, there has to be what is the term for it? It just has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the intention behind the crime was to target a certain protected class. And in this case, the potential classes that would apply could be gender-based or could be race-based.
Look, on the one hand, it's less clear than him saying, I think women are causing me temptation, it's their fault, so I'm gonna go murder them. It's like the definition of a hate crime. But there's an excellent case to be made for it being a hate crime against Asians too, because it's not like he went and murdered random women. He specifically targeted Asian women. And so that seems to be a good case for that as well. But you had a point in one of your articles here that I found to be interesting about how many cases are reported, like Stop AAPI Hate has recorded 3,795 hateful incidents against Asian Americans since March of 2020. So that's nearly 4,000, that's a lot. But 122 were reported by police in major cities in 2020. So why this giant disparity?
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a huge difference between what counts as a hate crime and what is reported as a hateful incident. Hateful incidents can be anything from verbal assault to spitting to cases of serious physical assault. Like that can still be a hateful incident. It's only counted as a hate crime if it is charged as such. And oftentimes, police don't really, they don't really open up the investigation to investigate the hate crime aspect of it, especially if there are other charges that are easier to prove. because oftentimes you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, depending on the state, that the person committed this crime because the victim or the intended victim was of a certain protected class. And that's really hard to do from a legal standpoint.
All right, so here's another side note that I'm worried about, and you wrote about this in a slightly different way. So now there's tremendous fear in the Asian community. And so my wife is originally from Taiwan, so I know a lot of older Asians who are now worried about going out in the street. Now, the hate crimes have increased by 150%. There's no question that that's true, and some of them have been horrific as this. But I'm also wondering, and I don't have an answer for how to solve this, right? But in a sense, our reporting of it to bring attention to it helps to hopefully alleviate it in the long run. But it also scares the heck out of people. And so, Irene, I don't know how to solve that one. Do you sense the same fear in the Asian American community today that I do, and how much more elevated it is than a month ago?
Yeah, I definitely do. But I think that also the fear has been there from the beginning of the pandemic. For Asian Americans, I think that, everyone that I know who is of Asian descent has been, East Asian descent specifically, has been sort of nervous about going outside. And I know I have as well. I've had racial incidents happen to me in the city in New York before the pandemic, and since the pandemic, I've just felt like a very elevated level of anxiety whenever going out. And I know that's true of all of my friends who are also East Asian. I mean, it feels like we were being scapegoated for this pandemic, and it's just getting worse.
Yeah, and so not all the people doing the attacks are Trump supporters, but Trump and the right wing drove this agenda that it's China's fault for the virus. Now, the reality is, if you were actually being technically correct and factually correct, the US spread the virus more than any other country. We had the most cases, we had the most deaths, and so but Irene, isn't that the issue here? That it's a matter of privilege. So when you have the sheriff's spokesperson in the shootings saying, well, the guy had a really bad day, and he he doesn't call it a confession. He says he took responsibility for his actions. And the assumption is, well, if you're doing these anti-Asian crimes, I guess some folks in power still think like, oh, I get why you did it. Whereas blaming America or blaming anyone else would be nonsensical, but blaming minorities to them implicitly seems to make sense. Isn't that an even deeper and bigger problem?
I guess I'm not sure what you mean in terms of like the connection between scapegoating Asians for the pandemic and this particular case. I actually don't personally think that they are completely connected. I think maybe that there is some implicit bias happening in this case, where maybe the shooter, I can't really speak to his motivations there, but I think that separately, this is more to do with the hatred of Asian women specifically and the fetishization of Asian women specifically that has a long history before the pandemic. I think that it also speaks to just the historical disdain that Americans, especially white Americans, have had for Asian Americans, for people of Asian descent in this country since, the first moment we stepped foot on this ground.
Yeah, tell us about the Page Act of 1875, because a lot of people might not know about that.
Sure. Yeah. So when the first Chinese came over from China, most of them were men. Most of them were railroad workers or worked in the gold rush, or in some capacity, really doing sort of service, labor, menial jobs. There weren't really that many women, but the women that did come over were often kidnapped or coerced into essentially what was sex slavery. They lived in brothels that were really brutal, that they rarely survived past 4 years. usually died of venereal disease or other illnesses before they were their contracts were up. And so that started happening in maybe the 1850s, the mid 1800s. And there was this perception, generally speaking, of course, not all Chinese women were sex workers, but a lot of them did come over in that capacity. What happened was that there was just a lot of anti-Chinese sentiment. And these Chinese sex workers became a scapegoat for legislators who wanted an excuse to pass anti-Chinese legislation. So the Page Act of 1875 essentially banned immigration into the US for lewd and immoral reasons. I'm not exactly sure what the wording is there, but essentially targeting these sex workers. And that was used as sort of the foundation for the Chinese Exclusion Act 7 years later in 1882.
Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jay.
Howdy, friends. You're watching TYT with Anna Kasparian and Wosny Lambre, Big Woz, host of Woke Bros, a writer for The Athletic, NBA writer for The Athletic, and also Woz, apparently someone who tends to have more fun hosting with Cenk Uygur than with Anna Kasparian, based on what Cenk said to me during my break. Which I promise I won't hold against you. I mean, I'm sure you just told him that.
As you know, Anna, I'm just as good a bootlicker as there is out there. So because Cenk was on the show, I gave deference to the big dog. But come on now, I know where my bread is buttered. I wouldn't be here without you, Miss Kasparian. So salute to you as always. I'm so
get out of here. Well, I'm happy to have you. You know I have fun with you, but it was so funny because I texted Cenk after watching you guys host together. I think it was on Monday that you guys hosted together. And I was like, Woz is fantastic. Honestly, because yes, it gives you props, but it gives me props as well. And Cenk was like, oh, Woz didn't want me to tell you this, but he said he had more fun hosting with me. And I was like, okay, I'll bring that up.
Well, Anna, it's one of those things. I have a friend of mine, shouts to Lynn. She had met her husband and two-time baby father now at one of my New Year's Eve parties. So I like to take credit for the kids, for the marriage. So you can do that now with me and Cenk. You can take credit for the babies that we make together in the future.
I love it. And I will. I definitely will. Anyway, we have a giant show for you guys today. I hesitate to say a great show, mostly because we're going to start with tragic news. But later in the program, we're going to talk a little bit about what the wealthy have been spending their money on during the pandemic as Americans increasingly struggle financially as a result of the pandemic. Inequality has continued to grow, but they're spending their money on digital tokens and absolute nonsense. So that's one of my favorite stories. Can't wait to get to that. And later we'll also discuss various angles of the Colorado shooting. But before we talk about all of the various angles, I think it's important to just give you the facts of what we know about the shooting that took place yesterday. And the story continues to develop, but we'll continue to fill you guys in as we learn more. Let's get started. Let's get right to it. 10 people were killed, including one police officer in the latest mass shooting in Boulder, Colorado. The shooting took place at a King Soopers grocery store at 2:30 p.m. local time. And we now have the identity of the lone gunman in this case, but we do have a policy of withholding that individual's name. He's a 21-year-old and his brother has now spoken to the press about possible motivations. But before we get to that, let me talk about the victims here. Starting with Eric Telley, who was the officer shot and killed in this shooting. He joined the Boulder Police Department in 2010 and was identified as one of the victims of the shooting. He was actually the first officer to respond to the scene, according to Chief Harold. And so here is an image of the officer. He has 7 children. And it's just, anytime an innocent life is lost, it's tragic. But he's one of 10 people who were gunned down in that grocery store yesterday in Boulder, Colorado. And the police did release the specific names of the victims. Let's go to this video to hear who the victims were.
The last victim was removed from the scene at 1:30 a.m. today. By 2:02 a.m., all the victims had been identified. By 3:59 a.m., the families of the victims have been notified. I'm going to read the names of the deceased. Denny Strong, 20 years old. Nevin Studinsky, 23. Ricky Obbs, 25. Trelona Barkonoviak, 49. Suzanne Fountain, 59. Terry Leiker, 51. Officer Eric Talley, 51. Kevin Mahoney, 61. Lynn Murray, 62. Jody Waters, 65. Our hearts go out to all the victims killed during this senseless act of violence.
And Waz, obviously it's been less than a week since the tragic shootings happened in multiple spas in Georgia. That happened last week. I was on break, but that people were still reeling from that, and boom, we get hit with another mass shooting. Again, the suspect is a 21-year-old here. He has been taken into custody and he's facing 10 counts of murder in the first degree. I want to know what you thought, like what went through your mind as this, story broke yesterday. Because I hate admitting this, but it's gotten to a point where I almost feel numb to it, because, and it's part of like a defense mechanism, right? Because you get emotionally invested in these stories, and I think there's like an element of hope where you think maybe something will change, but we know time and time again, nothing changes, right? It doesn't matter how many people die, it doesn't matter if it's dozens of children. What were your thoughts as this story broke?
I gotta echo some of your thoughts, Anna. There is a sort of sense of hopelessness with all of this, because I know personally for me, I think back to what happened in Sandy Hook, where a bunch of kids, children at school were mowed down, about 20 something of them, by a gunman, a deranged cat. And I thought for sure back then, like for sure, everybody on the right wing, the NRA types, nobody's gonna stand for the children. Because whenever we hear stuff about anti-drugs or anti-pornographic or any of this stuff that doesn't actually kill people, whenever we hear these those measures, it's all about the kids and the children, and how do we keep them safe, and how do we keep precious Johnny and Susan safe? And that's often the rhetoric that we hear. And then when children were literally killed at school and nothing happened, I'm not gonna lie, I lost all hope. And on the subject of guns, I became very cynical, because at the time I lived in New York City, where the gun laws are extremely draconian. And like literally just having a gun, being caught with a gun, period, you go to jail for 2 years. And that goes from rich to poor to black to white. If you are found to illegally have a gun, you will go to prison. And as a New Yorker, I grew so cynical to the point of, if they want to kill each other out there, let them do what they do. Because I live in New York, we have really stringent gun laws. I feel relatively safe as you can feel in a city with 13 million people. And I sort of, I stopped thinking about it, and it's messed up and it's sad. But I sort of thought of gun rights as sort of the abortion of the right wing, in the sense that like these guys, they're never changing their minds about this. And any sort of movement in the direction of taking their quote unquote rights, Second Amendment rights away, have become a non-starter. And so I'm not gonna lie, I've become kind of hopeless when it comes to any movement on this stuff, because even children, our precious American children, don't matter when it comes to the rights of the right wings to own their guns. And I think, part of the calculation here is that I think they've made the decision that this is worth it. Right, in the sense that in order for me to have as many guns as I want, these type of things happening every now and again to people is worth what it means to have that gun. And I know I've gone on for a little while here, but I just want to say this last thing. I think about something like the stimulus or something like welfare, where they say we got to mean test it, because God forbid somebody who doesn't deserve it gets a check or gets food or gets something. That would be just horrible. Whereas with something like gun violence, is like, who cares if undeserving people die? I get to have what's mine, and that comes before anything.
It's interesting though, because the same so-called law-abiding citizens who are worried about getting their guns taken away are completely either delusional or intentionally lying about the intentions of people who are asking for, in my opinion, common sense gun regulation. Because no one's looking to take guns away from law-abiding citizens. There's a problem in this country where it's far too easy for anyone, including people who have been prosecuted for domestic violence, including people who have criminal records, including people who have mental health issues. It's far too easy for them to access weapons like this. And it's fascinating because it seems as though owning guns, having access to guns is the only thing that our right-wing politicians treat as like an absolute that should have no limitations whatsoever. Let me be clear, everything that's considered a right under our Constitution has its limitations. Freedom of speech has limitations, right? Mm-hmm. The right to own guns also has limitations. And I think it's just fascinating that you have one side that's saying, hey, look, clearly we have a problem. You have all these innocent people dying. So let's try to find a solution without infringing on people's constitutional rights. And then you have the disingenuous side, right? You have the side that's led by NRA types who serve the interests of gun manufacturers and literally lie to the American people about the regulations that are being proposed. I'm gonna be honest with the audience. I've definitely, changed my mind on guns, throughout the years. Sure. I used to have a more hardline approach toward guns. I don't anymore. I'm a lot more open to law-abiding citizens having access to guns, myself included. And so I don't want to take that right away. And as far as I've seen, there has been nothing proposed legislatively that would take guns away from law-abiding citizens. But doesn't matter if people have mental health issues. I mean, Republicans love to point to that whenever these mass shootings happen. Oh, it's a mental health problem, that's what it is. Okay, great, where's the funding then? Where's the funding? What are you gonna do about it? I mean, it's just lip service. And what I've realized, not just through this story, but through multiple stories, is that for politicians, certain groups of people are just used as props, right? That's it, they're just used as props. Blue Lives Matter? No. Police, they're just props when you want to make a point about how much you hate black people, okay? Yep. Because a cop just got gunned down. I don't see any of these right wingers in Congress talking about how much blue lives matter. They don't care at all, okay? And it happens on the other side too with Democrats who weaponize identity politics and use groups of people as props and pretend as if they're better than the other party in providing rights and all of that. But look, I think it's important to hear from the victims as well. Some of the people who were in the building as this shooting took place, and JR put this video together sharing the witness accounts of what occurred. So let's take a look at that.
See a shooter, I just saw terrified faces running towards me, and that's when I turned and ran in the other direction.
We were at the checkout, and shots just started going off. I said, run right now. We have 3 seconds, he shot towards us, like we could feel it.
First, I heard like a loud bang, so I kind of thought like a shelf fell over or something like that. But then immediately when I heard multiple gunshots, I knew that it was something more than that.
Could you ever imagine that you would have been in a situation like this, Ryan, where you are?
In Boulder? No, Boulder feels like a bubble, and the bubble bursts. And that's heartbreaking to think that people died in this today.
Definitely panic. I think a lot of people just didn't know like exactly where he was.
We were like sitting ducks, and that's one thing that I'm reliving it. I'm looking at it in my head, and that bothers me. I'm still shivering. I'm still shaking.
It doesn't feel like there's anywhere safe anymore sometimes. So. And this feels like the safest spot in America. And I just nearly got killed for getting a soda, and a bag of chips.
Yeah, there's really no safe spot in America. You might have stringent gun laws in some states, maybe in some municipalities, but we're one country, guys. It doesn't matter. There's nothing stopping someone from crossing state lines. I mean, we saw that with Kyle Rittenhouse, crossing state lines with weapons, whether they're legal weapons, illegal weapons, it doesn't matter. I mean, you need actual leadership from the federal government, which is honestly unlikely to happen. But just to give you some more details about Colorado, I mean, the Denver metropolitan area had seen more mass shootings, or more mass school shootings specifically, between 1999 and 2019 than any other of the 25 largest metropolitan areas in the United States. And Colorado ranked in the top 5 states for mass shootings at schools and overall, according to a 2019 analysis by the Denver Post. And for anyone who's thinking, all right, well, if the pandemic starts to kind of get under control and we're living in a so-called post-pandemic society, it's likely that we're gonna go back to seeing these mass shootings happen the same way they happened before. But my theory is no, it's likely to happen at a much higher rate, because the fact of the matter is, during the pandemic in 2020 specifically, there was a giant increase in the number of people who purchased guns. In fact, nearly 40 million guns were purchased legally in 2020, and another 4.1 million were bought in January of this year alone. So we're really swimming in guns in this country, Waz. And for anyone who thinks that they might live in some bubble in the country that's completely safe from this type of gun violence, think again. California has pretty strict gun laws, and again, we're one country. California isn't an island, and we have been seeing an increase in gun violence in the state of California as well in recent months. So this had been the reality in America. It will continue to be the reality in America because we have an ineffective Congress that just engages in the same discourse every single time we have these mass shootings.
Yeah, and another thing that adds to my hopelessness, Anna, is the sort of lack of credibility on the other side when it comes to dealing with the problems. I'll take it to use abortion as another example. The reason why I just can't take anybody seriously about abortion, because oftentimes you hear people say, well, I'm against abortions. All right, cool. Why don't we do everything we can to avoid them? I.e. sex education, i.e. making birth control readily available, i.e. other forms of contraceptives, et cetera, et cetera. If what we wanna do is prevent as many abortions as possible, we'll take those steps to ensure that. They never want to do any of that stuff. And I think the same thing goes with gun control, in the sense that, all right, if you want to say we can't take the guns away, fine. The sort of genie's out of the bottle in respects to guns in this country. Are we investing in mental health? And also, man, I think people underestimate financial insecurity. A lot of these people don't have a lot of prospects in their lives, when it comes to jobs, et cetera, and drug abuse and all of these kinds of things, that we don't put the proper amount of investment in healing people from these problems that drive them to the places that do this stuff, right? So the readily availableness of guns is one thing, but the conditions that allow for people to sort of turn into the kinds of people that go out and shoot up a mall or shoot up a school, we're not addressing that either. So we're getting it on both sides.
Yeah, that's such a great point. And in regard to the shooter in this case, again, he's a 21-year-old. We also know that he's Muslim, but we don't know specifically what his motive was. His brother spoke to the press and said that he's been suffering from some mental health issues, particularly paranoia. For instance, he thought that his high school was hacking into his phone and tracking him. So, I hesitate to get into those kinds of details right now because the story is developing and we don't know what his motive was. And of course, we'll update you guys as we learn more about what that is. But you're right. I mean, you do have to take a holistic approach. Like, clearly we have issues with our gun laws, but I'm tired of Republicans bringing up mental health, pretending as though that's something that they want to focus on, but really all they do is use it as a scapegoat to deflect from the possibility of passing common sense gun legislation. And then as soon as everyone with their short attention spans focuses on whatever else is hot in the news cycle the next day, they just drop it. They don't do anything about funding mental health. They do nothing.
Anna, just look at what they did with voting rights. Like, they legislated the hell out of voting rights, right? And nothing is more foundational to our democracy than the right to go out and participate in the franchise. And every chance they get, they made it as hard as possible to vote. Where is that same zeal and that same energy when it comes to preventing the wrong people from getting their hands on guns? We don't see it. So that's how you know it's a load of crap, Brett.
Definitely. All right, well, we got to take a quick break, but when we come back, we have more updates on this story for you, including specific reactions from Republican lawmakers like Lauren Boebert, unfortunately, and Ted Cruz, also unfortunately. So stick around. We have that and more for you when we come back. Hey everyone, welcome to our first social break of the day. I was super curious to see how you all voted on our poll question in regard to the Kylie Jenner story we did yesterday. That was the story where she asked her fans to donate to her makeup artist's GoFundMe for an emergency surgery he needed to have. And the question was, which Jenner is more guilty? Kylie for the tone deaf GoFundMe post, or Kendall for her Black Lives Matter Pepsi ad? And guess what? 64% of you believe that Kylie Jenner is actually worse for the tone deaf GoFundMe post. So there you have it. That's where we're at. I'm actually surprised, to be honest with you, because I think I made a really good case about how this isn't really about Kylie Jenner. It's about like the systemic issues that we have in place right now. And come on, that Kendall Jenner Pepsi ad was so embarrassing. Like, I had seen it before, and then as I was producing that story and saw it again, I was equally shocked. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
solve racism, have a Pepsi.
But also, like, the fact that she made, like, that ad made it look like Black Lives Matter protest or like a fun street party, you know? Like, it's just so ridiculous.
Right, and not getting maced and pepper sprayed and billy clubbed and choke slammed by the police.
Exactly. Quick word from our sponsor and partner, Aspiration. When you sign up for an Aspiration account at aspiration.com/TYT, you'll be entered to win a lifetime membership with TYT. You'll also get other perks, including fossil fuel-free deposits. They will not invest your money in the fossil fuel companies. Also 3 to 5% cash back on companies that are practicing environmentally conscious business practices. And you also have the possible chance of a lifetime TYT membership. So check that out, aspiration.com/TYT. Also, one of my favorite programs on the network airs tonight. So if you're not a member, become one. You're crazy. Old School, you can tune into Old School tonight after the post game at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, 5:30 p.m. Pacific. Members get the full show at tyt.com/join. All right, I got a little bit of time left, so I'm gonna read a few comments from our member section. Colorado Blue Blazer Regular says, here in Colorado, Lauren effing Boebert, we're gonna get to this story next, sent her support to Boulder last night. How dare she or any Republican send support for any community when they actively support and endorse every mass shooting in this country? We'll talk about that in more detail in the next segment, but I agree with what you're saying there. Also, the dragon who says, Nye, Remember when Reagan cut funding, yes I do, for mental health aid and put millions of mentally ill people on the streets. Not only do I remember that, even though I was a child, I don't remember it from the time that it happened, I was too young. But I see it on our streets in Los Angeles every day. So it's an important point to bring up. Thank you for doing that. Now let's get back to our show. Hey everyone, welcome back to TYT. Anna and Waz with you. We have some more stories to share regarding the shooting that happened in Boulder yesterday. Why don't we talk a little bit about how the GOP has reacted to it? While a lone gunman opened fire and murdered 10 innocent people at a King Soopers grocery store in Boulder, Colorado, GOP Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, who's from the state of Colorado, decided instead of tweeting about what was happening, she would tweet criticism toward Joe Biden instead. Now look, there's a possibility that she was unaware of the shooting that was taking place as she was tweeting her insults to Joe Biden. But soon after a wave of tweets demanding that she address the shooting, she did offer more of what we've actually come to expect from Republican lawmakers. And this is what she said. My prayers, of course, my prayers are with the shoppers, employees, first responders, and others affected by the shooting in Boulder. May God be with them while we are still awaiting important information, blah, 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 blah. Violence, senseless acts of violence are never okay. Like you get the point. It's the same that we've seen from other Republican lawmakers throughout years and years of several mass shootings. And that tweet, by the way, was followed by an email that she sent out like 2 hours later, okay, about how the GOP will not allow for any type of gun regulation. So as was tweeted by David Gura on Twitter, 2 hours after today's shooting in Boulder began, Representative Lauren Boebert's campaign sent her supporters an email with the subject line, quote, I told Beto O'Rourke, hell no to taking our guns. Now we need to tell Joe Biden. And that was also, we have a screenshot of that email as well that was shared in the thread of that tweet. Now, for those of you who are tired of these empty thoughts and prayers, just know that this is not something that's isolated with Lauren Boebert. We got more of that from Senator Ted Cruz as well. This is what he had to say in a recent hearing about mass shootings in America.
I agree it's a time for actions. And by the way, I don't apologize for thoughts or prayers. I will lift up in prayer people who are hurting. And I believe in the power of prayer. And the contempt of Democrats for prayers is an odd sociological thing. But I also agree thoughts and prayers alone are not enough. We need action.
I just think the very existence of Ted Cruz in the Senate is an odd sociological thing. Like, I don't know how that man is thought to be a good representative of anyone in this country, but nonetheless, what he's trying to do is make it seem as though religion is being persecuted here, when in reality, empty thoughts and prayers in lieu of actually doing your job is what's infuriating people. Thoughts and prayers on Twitter mean nothing. And by the way, for Democrats, your chest thumping tweets about what needs to be done also mean nothing. Just get off of Twitter and do something, right? In fact, the first thing the Democrats need to do is find a way to get rid of the filibuster or reform it to a point where it doesn't serve as a giant obstacle to actually getting something done legislatively. But Waz, what do you make of this? Are we being too harsh to people who want to share their thoughts and prayers?
No, I don't think so. I think we're being probably not harsh enough. What you see oftentimes with this issue with Republicans is that they find it to be an opportunistic one, because the reason why I said this is the abortion of the right, even though the abortion is the abortion of the right too, is that people mobilize, fundraise, get active behind this very issue in a way like that email got sent out, and I bet she got some money funneled into her, you know what I mean, her campaign, right? And so it's something that they often run on. They know they can energize the base on, and conversely, you'll never see them go against the Second Amendment in any meaningful way. Oftentimes you'll see people like the Democrats come out and say like, I mean, maybe we could cut Social Security. I mean, maybe Medicare isn't that important. You know, you'll see them when they want to be quote unquote brave, go against things that they should ideologically be 1000% in support of, in ways that you will just never, ever see a Ted Cruz type go against guns that way. And you know, again, you see it with anything like cops, like when the cops shoot somebody on the streets or choke somebody out. It's like, you know, we gotta make the cops better, but we still love the cops. And Joe Biden's gonna talk about increasing funding and all of that, right? Like, but you'll never see the Republicans ever go after guns. Like, they won't even hint at it because they know better than that. These guys are all spineless. They're all running scared from their base.
No, I mean, it's such a good point. Republicans never bend on anything. In fact, a good recent example illustrating what you just mentioned is the upcoming $3 trillion proposal, infrastructure proposal coming from Joe Biden's administration. You know, the talks and negotiations are preliminary. We're gonna talk about that in more detail later in the show. Become a member to get the full show at tyt.com/join. But already you have so-called centrist Democrats saying like, oh, but no, I mean, but you're offering things that are super popular that would make our party really popular. No, we need to think about bipartisan legislating. Like F off, please F off. Like if you're just gonna be a pathetic, feckless Republican bootlicker, why are you in office? Like go do something else, go be a lobbyist, like go make money doing something else, but stop wasting your constituents' time with these disgusting bad faith arguments. Anyway, we have more from Ted Cruz because he claims that he actually wants to offer more than thoughts and prayers. It's just that he wants to lie about what people actually want to do with gun legislation first. So let's hear a little more of that.
And every time there's a shooting, we play this ridiculous theater where this committee gets together and proposes a bunch of laws that would do nothing to stop these murders. Senator from Connecticut just said the folks on the other side of the aisle have no solutions. Well, the senator from Connecticut knows that is false. And he knows that's false because Senator Grassley and I together introduced legislation, Grassley-Cruz, targeted at violent criminals, targeted at felons, targeted at fugitives, targeted at those with serious mental disease, to stop them from getting firearms, to put them in prison when they try to illegally buy guns. What happens in this committee after every mass shooting is Democrats propose taking away guns from law-abiding citizens because that's their political objective. But what they propose, not only does it not reduce crime, it makes it worse.
No, Democrats are not proposing taking guns away from law-abiding citizens. Proposals from Democrats include things like requiring universal background checks, closing the gun show loophole that allows you to purchase a weapon from a private seller without undergoing a background check. They want to ban the future sale, in some cases, not all Democrats, but there have been proposals, including from Joe Biden, to ban the future sale of assault weapons, and also block the sale of, this shouldn't even be controversial, bump stock devices that effectively convert semi-automatic rifles into automatic rifles. Like, why is this difficult, right? No one's saying like, oh, let's go target Jim Bob, who likes to go hunting in Arkansas. Like, no one's saying that. If you are a legal gun carrier, you are a law-abiding gun owner, no one's targeting you. But Republicans in Congress just like with Senator Cruz in the video you just saw, consistently lie to the American people about what the proposed gun legislation would do. And the argument that, no, we can't have any type of regulation because, criminals are gonna break the law anyway. Okay, great, then why do we have any laws to begin with, right? Like, it just makes no sense, Waz, and it's really frustrating.
Well, it's tough because I hear Ted Cruz spew lies and nonsense and weasel speak, which is basically his default posture. And then I have to watch him with that ridiculous mullet on his head. I mean, can we propose a law in Congress that would confiscate the mullet of every law-abiding citizen in America? I mean, look at that thing. It's a shag. It's ridiculous. Anna. And Jim Bob would probably agree with me. I'm telling you. Shouts to Jim Bob and his cousin. When the people leading these debates engage in bad faith arguments, then the American people, people don't have accurate information. And so if you are a law-abiding citizen, if you've done nothing wrong, but you enjoy hunting, right? You do have weapons, but you're responsible. You'll hear this fear-mongering from the right wing. And don't forget that there's a lot of corruption involved as well, because gun manufacturers certainly do not want gun regulation. That means that their bottom line is going to be negatively impacted, right? But when you hear this fear mongering, unfortunately, there's a giant part of the country that buys into it. But you need to have regulation to limit the possibility of bad actors, criminals getting their hands on these types of guns. So one thing that I absolutely laughed at in regard to this story was the reaction coming from Democrats like Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who vowed to bring House-passed gun control bills to the floor for debate and a vote, forcing his GOP colleagues to go on the record with their stance on the legislation. What are you talking about, Schumer? What are you talking about? What? You don't even need to do that. They're on the record. They're proud of it. They flaunt it. They fundraise off of it, right? I mean, doing this kind of vote on legislation where you suspect lawmakers are lying just to pander to voters, that's one thing. That is not happening here. Republicans proudly say what they want to say about trying to destroy any attempts at common sense gun legislation. What Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer needs to focus on is getting rid of the filibuster. That's what he needs to focus on. Bringing something like this up for a vote will accomplish nothing. It will fail, and it will fail with Republicans bragging about how they led to its failure. And it's a political win for them. Yeah, and I would encourage everybody to just remember, I mentioned voting rights, how Republicans have gone about systemically gutting just some of the pillars of American democracy within the various state legislatures, Republican-controlled state legislatures across the country. Please do be advised to remember the drug war, right? Just think about the laws that we enacted, criminalizing behavior such as just smoking crack, or dealing crack, or selling cocaine, or buying weed, or just think about the laws that we enacted against those activities. These victimless crimes, essentially. I mean, sure, there's some tax evasion going on, but we'll talk about later and how tax evasion doesn't really seem to be that big of a deal either. But just think about the authoritarian laws that were enacted to combat what we consider to be a scourge on society, which was this ridiculous racist drug war. And now look at how they operate in and around the gun issue. It's obvious where the priorities lie. Obviously, the Dems don't feel like they have the political capital or just the stomach or want to get anything done on this front. And so I guess you can see why we're in the state of affairs that we find ourselves in today.
All right, I am going to do C Block now. All right, so we have one more story on the shooting that I wanted to share with you, because this has led to, I think, some pretty declarative statements, and I think that the media's take on it is wrong. Less than 2 weeks before the latest mass shooting at a Super's grocery store in Boulder, Colorado, a court struck down an attempt by the city of Boulder to ban assault weapons. Now, this is being cited as, one of the potential causes for why mass shootings like this can take place in Boulder. But I actually disagree. Now, the Boulder City Council did vote unanimously in May of 2018 to pass a ban on the sale of assault weapons and high capacity magazines. But on March 12th, Boulder County District Court Judge Andrew Hartman ruled that the city couldn't enforce the ban because Colorado state law preempted the city's ordinance. His decision said this. He writes that the court has determined that only Colorado state or federal law can prohibit the possession, sale, and transfer of assault weapons and large capacity magazines. I would argue that even Colorado passing stricter gun legislation doesn't go far enough. This is an issue that needs to be tackled by the federal government, because we don't have state borders that are reinforced with walls and border agents. Like, we're one country, guys. Like, can we stop pretending as if we can just pass laws in certain places in the country and then create like this safe bubble? That doesn't exist. You can just travel across state lines. You can travel from one city to the next. You can travel from one city that has lax gun laws to the other city that does not have lax gun laws and open fire if you want to do a mass shooting, right? We live in one country. We need leadership from the federal government. Yes, Congress is full of feckless losers who do nothing for us. Yes, we have a huge problem with a broken federal government, okay? We need to have real discussions about doing something about that, about holding lawmakers' feet to the fire, about not immediately liking and retweeting ridiculous, like, ooh, I'm a big boy. Look at these strong tweets I'm putting out there. No, I don't want to read your damn tweets. And stop retweeting them. Stop giving them brownie points for their stupid tweets. Okay, we need the federal government to do something about this. Boulder passing strict gun laws doesn't save anyone's life, in my opinion. Okay, because Boulder is not an island, California is not an island, New York's not an island, any other place in the country that wants to pass strict gun legislation, not an island, we're one country. So we need to do something on a federal level. I mean, that's my take on it.
Yeah, that's tough to follow. That's tough to follow. Yeah, I agree. And I think there are just some common sense laws that can be passed, right? You talk about the universal background checks. I would like to see people that, you beat your wife, you can't own a gun anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, just think about what we do to people, man, that keep them out of employment. Things that can actually like save their livelihood. We tell them, yo, you smoked weed one time, yo, you went to prison one time. And we just say, yo, we're shutting you out of a means to support yourself, essentially for the rest of your life. We ruin people's lives with stuff as small as weed, possession or sales. Yet somebody could just do whatever, whenever they want, and still get to possess a freaking gun. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, and I mean, why are bump stocks okay? That makes no sense. If we have a ban on automatic weapons, why are we allowing devices that turn semi-automatic weapons into automatic weapons? Why do we have high capacity magazines for civilians? Why do we need militarized weaponry in the hands of private citizens? It makes no sense. Look, I get it. I get that people want to have a gun for protection. I get that people like to go hunting. I totally respect that. And I personally do not believe in a weapons ban. I don't think that we should have a gun ban, right? But we don't have enough regulation to ensure that Background checks are being done on every gun purchase. You can go to a gun show and purchase as many weapons without a background check from a private seller. These things need to be dealt with, not on a municipal level, on a federal level. Okay, on a federal level. And by the way, I just wanna reiterate this, the Denver metropolitan area had seen more mass shootings in schools between 1999 and 2019 than any of the 25 largest metropolitan areas in the United States, and Colorado ranked in the top 5 states for mass shootings at schools and overall. And that's according to a 2019 analysis by the Denver Post. So if you're living in a state that's swimming with guns and gun violence, again, you're not gonna be able to put up walls and protect yourself in one part of that state. You need leadership on a federal level, and we're just not seeing that. We keep having the same conversations. We keep seeing lawmakers engage in the exact same discourse, and it results in no real change in the country. And journalists need to do a better job in calling out the lies by Republican lawmakers. No one has proposed taking guns away from law-abiding citizens. And the fact that they're able to run with that lie over and over again is a big problem. We got to take a break, but we're not done with gun violence and threats of gun violence. There were 11 National Guard soldiers held at gunpoint recently. We'll give you the details on that and more when we come back. From our member section wants to talk a little bit about the rights logic when it comes to gun laws. The comment is the right to keep and bear arms was meant to keep the population on even footing with the government so they could defend themselves effectively against a tyrannical government. Weapons tech has advanced so much that there's no way that the public can match the government for firepower. You know, that's true, except if you're white supremacists storming the Capitol and rioting and all that. In that case, wow, apparently they don't have all of that weaponry and all of that force. Anyway, the comment continues. So the Second Amendment crowd that argues that they need to be able to defend against tyranny has literally no leg to stand on. How many guns do you need to amass to equal 1 tank or 1 drone controlled by the government? You know, I think that you make a good point, and I do think that that is what the intention was, behind the Second Amendment. With that said, again, like I don't think that we need to ban guns. I also don't think that we stand a chance against a tyrannical government with weapons. They obviously are. We're outgunned. Let's put it that way. But at the same time, I think like the heart of the problem that we're seeing in the discourse is just the fact that the GOP gets to run with these lies about, oh, they're gonna take their guns away, they're gonna take our guns away. I just haven't really seen a robust challenge to them when they spout those lies in the media specifically, right? All right. Mr. Adolfo loves TYT, thank you, says this. I'm a public school teacher and I'm seeing the light at the end of the tunnel through this pandemic, but the shooting is now a reminder of things I used to worry about in my classroom. Yeah, exactly. I don't have children. This is part of the reason why I don't have children. I couldn't, I don't know how people do it. Like I would panic every single day.
But you would be such a good mom.
No, I would. I would actually be I'd be a great mom. I have no doubt. But no, I couldn't handle this. Like if I had a child and this story breaks and more of these types of stories are gonna break, I'd lose my mind. I don't know how parents do it. But I thought about my nieces a lot today, and I'm not gonna lie, like that video we showed you guys in the first story of the police official reading the names of the victims, she starts off with the name of that 20-year-old victim. And when first time I saw it this morning, I just started sobbing because I know 20-year-olds are not kids, they're adults, but they're kids, didn't get to live his life, didn't get to experience the things that, were worth experiencing. Robbed of life. And it's happened to hundreds of people every single year in these mass shootings, and nothing ends up happening to change it. And we got to get back to the show. I'm sorry for taking too long with your comments today. I'll be better. I'll do a lightning round next time. So keep sending them in, all right? For now, let's get back to the show. Welcome back to TYT. Anna Kasparian and Wosny Lambre with you. Woz, tell everyone where they can watch Woke Bros and read your work over at The Athletic.
Yeah, just search Woke Bros. That's 2 words on YouTube, Spotify, Apple. You can find us on the Black Opinions Matter feed with me and my partner in crime, Nando Vila, where we talk about, current events, basically from a leftward slant. Just basically economic issues, jobs issues, and every now and again we talk about open marriages and things of that nature. So you should check us out on the Woke Bros when you get a chance. And of course, please read my work at The Athletic. That I cover the NBA from sort of a cultural slant, where the NBA intersects with pop culture, with music, with fashion, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, if you care about the NBA and you like audio content, please check out The Athletic NBA Show, where I do a show on Mondays and Wednesdays.
Damn, you're doing a lot of shows these days. That's awesome.
I know. I'm doing a lot of shows. I need a lot more money, and we need the paper.
I know that. All right, well, let's move on to our next story because we're not done with gun violence. There was a potential disaster that was averted recently involving National Guard soldiers. So an Arizona man held 11 National Guard soldiers at gunpoint as they were transporting COVID-19 vaccines in West Texas. Now, police have reported that it appeared as though the man was mentally disturbed. Larry Harris is the name of the suspect here. He's from Wilcox, Arizona, and he was later found with a loaded pistol, and he was following these National Guardsmen for about 2 miles. Here is his image, which there it is. Also, police say that Harris attempted multiple times to run the vans off the roadway. He then turned his vehicle into oncoming traffic on the highway and stopped the vans. He then pointed a gun at an unarmed National Guardsman, identified himself as a detective, and demanded to search the vehicles and ordered the rest of the unarmed guardsmen out of their vehicles at gunpoint. Luckily, no one was hurt, and some of you might be wondering, all right, well, what was the motive here? Well, he claimed that he thought that the authorities were not authorities, that they were not National Guard soldiers, but they were engaging in criminal activity. Harris told police he thought the people in the vans had kidnapped a woman and child. All 11 of the guardsmen were in uniform. None of the guardsmen were injured, luckily, and none of them were armed. So Just one quick quote. One of the police chief in the area said this: Mr. Harris appeared to be mentally disturbed. This was a very dangerous situation since the suspect was standing in the midst of the unarmed guardsmen with a loaded weapon when the cops arrived to the scene. It is kind of amazing though, how he was, detained without getting hurt. Cops arrived. Obviously, the cops are well armed, but they were able to detain him. I'm happy that they detained him. I'm happy that he wasn't shot and killed, and he'll be brought to justice and prosecuted. I just wish that, all suspects were afforded the same type of treatment. In this case, you have a guy who's holding 11 National Guard soldiers at gunpoint. And when the police arrived, they somehow miraculously had the ability to detain him without shooting him to death. It's fascinating.
Now I can't quite put my finger on quite why that would be, but I will say this, Anna, as a guy who can't grow a beard, if you guys can see at home, it just grows in blotchy patches. I'm so freaking jealous of this Harris guy. He has an incredible beard and he's wasting it on holding National Guardsmen hostage. Has this guy never been on Twitter and not know that he could be cleaning up out there with that beautiful, full, bushy beard? Some people just get all the breaks, and they don't get killed by the cops or the army when they pull out guns on them. And they have the ability to just grow these lush, beautiful beards, man. It's crazy. Mr. Harris, get your priorities in order, man. Get you some dates from Twitter. I'm telling you, I could put you on to some people, brother.
So he had a .45 caliber pistol with him. He also had an additional loaded magazine on his person, and another loaded magazine in his truck. And that's the problem. I mean, on one hand, you have the cops claiming that he was mentally disturbed. That's what they're saying. That hasn't been confirmed, but the fact that he was willing to hold 11 National Guard soldiers at gunpoint because he thought that they had kidnapped a wife and a child, I think that there's probably some indication that he's mentally disturbed. The problem is he has access. He has the ability to access this type of weaponry, right? So do we have a problem with mental health in America that goes undiagnosed, untreated because we have a broken healthcare system? Yes. You couple that with the fact that we're swimming in a sea of guns and you're in a disastrous situation. And it doesn't matter if cops get shot and killed, as one cop just got shot and killed in Boulder, Colorado, when that Super's grocery store was shot up by a 21-year-old. Doesn't matter if literal National Guard soldiers are being threatened with gun violence. You still do not see a change in the discourse that takes place in this country on the issue of gun legislation. You still have Republicans, you still have the GOP who love to use cops, who love to use soldiers as props to make their arguments. Never see them actually do what it takes to not only save their lives, but to save all of our lives, to protect our lives. That is literally the only role for government, right? To protect its citizens. And they're unwilling to do that because, hey, gun manufacturers, they gotta look after their bottom line. They gotta make sure that everyone, including mentally disturbed, mentally ill people, have access to these guns. Great.
Yeah, it's just example after example after example. And you don't even have to search far and wide. This stuff is basically happening on a daily, if not weekly basis, right? And so, we illustrate these points at the beginning of the show, and it's not very hard for producer Brent and the rest of the TYT super team to just pull up stuff like, look, here goes another thing, here goes another thing. It's so easy because it's so frequent. It's embarrassing, quite frankly.
And I do think it's important to talk about just how serious mental health, the mental health aspect of this story is in America, a country that does not provide the proper treatment and healthcare for people. 19% of adults in the United States are experiencing a mental illness. That is the equivalent to over 47 million Americans, 57%, or over 26 million of adults with a mental illness receive no treatment, because guess what? Receiving treatment costs money. Receiving treatment means that you would need health insurance, which many people lost during the pandemic as a result of layoffs. And even if you have insurance, it's really difficult to find an insurance company, a private insurance provider that's willing to foot the bill for mental health treatment, because mental health treatment is treated differently than physical ailments. And I think that's an issue as well, right? As if, since it's a mental health issue, since it's hidden, it's not physically noticeable in some cases, people are left to deal with paranoia, depression, anxiety, all sorts of awful things that go undiagnosed, untreated. And again, you deal with a country full of guns, and it's just a recipe for disaster. So in this case, luckily, it's a positive ending. No one got hurt. Hopefully this man will get the treatment he needs. Hopefully he'll be brought to justice, because what he did was dangerous and criminal. But this is not an isolated case. As you guys know, these stories happen far too often with far more tragic outcomes. We got to take a break, but when we come back for the second hour of the show, we are going to move away from gun violence and talk a little bit about upcoming legislation from the Biden administration, a multi-trillion-dollar proposal on infrastructure. It's what he wants the centerpiece of his presidency to be. And then later on, is pollution making penises smaller? It is a serious story. We will delve into that and more when we come back.
You know what the progressive movement needs? It needs a little energy, a little pizzazz, maybe a little caffeine. Oh, coffee. But what if it was Too Strong Coffee? Yes, new TooStrongCoffee.com/TYT. Look, this helps progressive causes. It's also organic and fair trade, so you've got peace of mind that it was done right, and it happens to taste great. So check it out right now at TooStrongCoffee.com/TYT.
That's 300 million, that's a pretty good number, Well, that's the size of the US population. You know what our next target is? The size of the entire world. We just crossed 5 billion views on YouTube.
I mean, imagine 10 years ago thinking one day. We looked at you like, are you nuts?
Young Turks has just passed another milestone, 15 billion views.
Damn.
All right, lots of comments. You guys are the best.
I'm gonna read a few comments from our members.
Mr. Methuselah says on YouTube, super chat, thanks for all the important work you do for TYT for the movement.
Do you know who had the first super chat when I got back from vacation? You won't be surprised to find out. Rob Shively. What do you know? Rob says, rejoice, for Dragon Daddy has returned.
This question sent to us by Izzy Sanchez Jr. Is it me, or is Meghan McCain talking as fast as Ben Shapiro? Is that the way the right tries to look smart and intellectual? Well, yes.
Michael Nathan writes it on Twitter. Did Anna choose Cenk's outfit today? I'm sure it wasn't Cenk himself. Man Bun Jenkins Skinny Jeans says, so now Anna has pointed out, okay, that's his handle.
T. Joyce, 1971, saying Donald Trump is good at pulling out of things, NAFTA, the Iran deal, NATO. It's just too bad Fred Trump didn't.
All right, let me do a little quick plug here. It's not even a plug, I'm bragging, okay? I'm bragging, watch me. We have a channel on YouTube, a whole channel devoted just to the Young Turks. It's badass, right? Wow, man. I can see the void.
You guys are rock stars.
Unbelievable, Senator Sanders. Welcome to Rebel Headquarters.
Man, you guys are amazing. We gave you what you wanted.
Okay. Speaking of shirts.
I have a surprise.
You reached a lot of people. You are the Young Turks. And we have spread that progressive message wide and far. Let's keep it going. what we do online these days? Everything. You know that. You're watching the show online. You do your banking, credit cards, passwords, all online. So do you need to be safe? Of course. It's not an option. PureVPN helps protect you online, and they actually do it for up to 10 devices, which is great. And they've got deals right now. That's why I like this sponsor. I want you to go check it out. TYT.com/PureVPN. Make sure you protect yourself online. It's really important. TYT.com/PureVPN. Cool news, shoptyt.com now has books. There's a whole bunch of books there. You're gonna be shocked to find out that they're largely progressive. Of course! Ryan Grimm's book, We've Got People, is there. It's fantastic. It's a story from Jesse Jackson to Bernie Sanders to AOC that explains the progressive movement probably better than any book I've ever read. Speaking of awesome books, my dad's got a book out called The Original Young Turk, where he goes from the poorest olive farmer you ever met in your life to living the American dream.
Welcome back to TYT and welcome to anyone who's just joining us now. We're about to do the second hour and we have lots of great stories for you, including what the top % are spending their money on during the pandemic. They're not able to travel, guys, and they're bored, so they gotta buy digital art and spend an insane amount of money on it. It's one of my favorite stories, so we'll get to that later. But for now, let's talk a little bit about what we can expect from the Biden administration in this upcoming multi-trillion-dollar proposal on infrastructure. So the Biden administration is planning to push a multi-trillion-dollar jobs and infrastructure plan, and it's supposed to really serve as the centerpiece of Biden's presidency. It's really what he's putting a lot of his focus on. Now, I want to warn you all that most of what we're going to talk about here is preliminary. The negotiations have kind of just started, and everything that sounds good in this legislation might not end up being in the legislation at all. But it's important to know where Biden's advisors stand in the moment on these proposals, and where their heads at. And honestly, a lot of this does sound very good. We'll see what the end product is, but the effort is expected to be broken down into two different parts, okay? So one is focused on the infrastructure, the other is focused on domestic priorities such as growing the newly expanded child tax credit, which I think is a fantastic idea, for several years. Now, that was part of Biden's relief package, but it expires in 1 year. I think that it's one of the better provisions in the relief package that should be expanded. In fact, I think it should be something that doesn't expire, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Now, in regard to the infrastructure component, it's expected to include $400 billion in spending to combat climate change, including $60 billion for infrastructure related to green transit and $46 billion for climate-related research and development. Before I get into more details about the green components of this upcoming proposal, let me just note that the Sunrise Movement has already come forward and said that based on how things are looking at this moment, it's just not enough to combat climate change, and I would agree with them on that. The plan would also aim to make electric vehicle charging stations available across the country. I think that's also very important. The measure would include $200 billion for housing infrastructure, including $100 billion to expand the supply of housing for low-income Americans. Waz, before I get to the second part of this that really focuses on, the domestic priorities, what do you make of what we're hearing so far regarding this upcoming proposal?
Look, we had Matt Karp on Woke Bros a few weeks ago, and he illustrated something that I just wasn't thinking about. And he's just like, look, the wind is blowing in this direction right now. We talk about all the time when Barry and them passed $700 million in stimulus or relief. $700 billion. It was seen as this crazy expenditure. It was insane. The deficit was gonna come rape our kids at night because it was so scary and horrific. And how can we do it? Then we gotta be careful. And inflation and nothing. And now there's just an understanding, even from the economic establishment, that this whole, deficit and inflation, fear mongering has absolutely no basis in fact whatsoever, right? So we've seen Trump basically do about $4 trillion in spending for COVID relief. Biden passed his $2 trillion in one shot, and now he's selling it to, these sort of mainstream centrist, corporatist type of media outlets. And he's starting out like, yo, we're gonna be at $3 trillion for this infrastructure bill. One, I think it's very telling in the sense that Biden and even the worst amongst the Dems have to understand that President Donald Trump ran on infrastructure. Now, he didn't do anything, right? He did absolutely nothing on it. He didn't lift a single finger, but he ran on it, which means that it's popular, which means that we should be spending as much money as we can on it, getting a bunch of people in very well-paying, unionized, steady jobs, and fixing up the country. Imagine that, like we're like getting multiple stuff done in one spending bill, and not just because we need this to happen. I think Dems need to understand it. This is how you stay in power. You give out a bunch of well-paying jobs while making people's surroundings and lives materially better, and you stay in power.
Yeah, and to your point, I think that it's undeniable that culture has really changed in America. Like I feel, and this is just my speculation based on like what I've seen in mass media. And I'm not just talking about the news. I'm not just talking about politics. I'm talking about like shows that come out, like new programming that comes out on like HBO and Netflix. Like there's a certain layer of class consciousness that didn't exist before. You get what I'm saying? Like we've moved so far past, and this is a good thing, so far past the culture of, I think, wasn't that show called Pimp My Ride and like Cribs and like that culture of like, oh, look at, this is the land of opportunity and like, let's fawn over wealthy people and you're gonna be there too one day. So you shouldn't want tax increases for the rich. Like we've moved away from that. And I think that's actually great. I mean, the fact that Kylie Jenner got so much backlash for, touting her wealth and then simultaneously asking her fans to donate for the emergency surgery that her makeup artist had, that backlash was a good sign. Because I don't see that backlash happening in 2008, right? But it's happening now because people are much more aware of the inequality in America and how much it impacts their day-to-day lives. It's a good sign. And I do think that we're seeing more and more pressure on politicians to really move away from the neoliberal policies that have, destroyed so many people's lives and shipped so many jobs abroad. Now let's talk about the second component because that's also incredibly important. The second component of the effort would include many of Biden's other domestic priorities, including, this is great, universal pre-kindergarten and free community college tuition. Now, when I say this is great, I'm talking about the universal pre-kindergarten. That I think is really great. But free community college tuition, like what are you doing, bro? Like, no, public colleges should be free, period. Public colleges should be free like they used to be. The package would also dramatically expand spending on childcare and extend for several years the expansion of the child tax credit, which I mentioned earlier in the story. So I know I shared my thoughts on it already, Waz. What do you think about this part of the upcoming legislation?
Yeah, it's a good sign. These sort of, I guess, what we call social welfare programs, or at least that's what we used to call them. Something like that, universal pre-K, something like free community college. Like this is stuff that is so freaking obvious. And in so many places within the developed world or the first world, or basically countries that actually have money, this is like a no-brainer, right? They're already doing all of these things. So of course, we would like to see those happen. And you were prescient in what you said, Anna. There needs to be more. Tuition needs to be free at every single public school, because again, it's not as if this is 1951 where you could graduate high school, get a job at the factory, buy a house by age 22, and keep it pushing. No, this is not the reality. If you want an even decent paying job, you need to have a college level education in this country. So of course that should be free. If the barrier to entry to middle class status or whatever is a college degree, then it stands to reason that we should make that free for all Americans who want it and can do it. That's just obvious. That's what we used to do in this country, right? Like we guaranteed people who wanted to go out and work could get a job that could pay your bills on time. You could take your family on a vacation or two every single year. You don't have to work like a damn slave for it either. And that's what we guaranteed the people back in this country. And allegedly, that's back when America was great. So yeah, let's make America great again, Anna.
No, I mean, yes, you're absolutely right about that. But let's also emphasize, as we have been doing on this show a lot lately, that those weren't just gifts that were handed over to people out of the kindness of politicians' hearts, right? There was a lot of pressure from organized labor that led to the New Deal era, and we don't have that right now. Luckily, there's some positive movement with the Biden administration that, to be frank with you guys, I didn't expect. I mean, my expectations for the Biden administration were so low that I guess I set myself up for being pleasantly surprised. But I wasn't expecting anything like this coming from Biden. They'll campaign on what they're allegedly gonna do. And the relief bill included really great provisions. I mean, it didn't include some of the things that we wanted and demanded, like a $15 an hour minimum wage. But the child tax credit is huge. It's a lot of money that's gonna help families, and I think it's important. What we're seeing from this proposal is pretty good, and I haven't even gotten to the best part yet. The best part, in my opinion, is that White House officials plan to include a measure to force pharmaceutical companies to lower their prices or pay a steep penalty. Now, let's get to why that's important. First of all, we're paying far too much for the same pharmaceutical drugs that other countries pay far less for, right? But this would save the federal government $450 billion over the next decade, according to analysis from the Congressional Budget Office, because the federal government, which pays for Medicare, which administers the Medicare system, would be able to negotiate and pay lower prices for these pharmaceutical drugs. So it would actually save money for the federal government. It would save money for Americans overall. But we should also talk about the possibility of this passing, right? Because we're still gonna run into the same problem that we did with Biden's relief plan. And that's the filibuster in the Senate, the filibuster that Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema are intent on protecting. Manchin said that he might be open to reforming it, we'll see. But this is the kind of legislation that could pass through reconciliation. And it should pass through reconciliation. If they're not going to do what's necessary with the filibuster, then they should. The other obstacle, though, is unfortunately we have gross conservative Democrats. Let's stop calling them centrists. They're conservative Democrats. And they've expressed repeated unease about the party line vote over pandemic relief, and they've pushed for a return to bipartisan policymaking. I say that we vote them out of office because I guarantee you that their constituents would love to continue the child tax credit. I guarantee you their constituents would love universal pre-K so they don't have to spend an arm and a leg for childcare just so they can go to work. I guarantee you that conservative voters would love this stuff. Right.
Listen, so Anna, we need, and I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm just getting really pissed off right now. Every editor at Politico, at The Post, at freaking The Times, please, if you're gonna run and print this crap about the bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisan, can you please ask a follow-up? Can you offer proof that that bipartisanship matters to Republicans? Can you show me within the last 12 years, Republicans just being like, oh, of course, let's do this bipartisan thing. It's gonna be great. We're gonna help American people. Where has it happened? Stop printing this crap. Stop just saying this, both sides, bipartisan. Oh, we the American people want to see the Republicans and Democrats work together. Stop printing this crap without proof that anybody wants it, that any American actually cares that how they got something was via bipartisanship, or more importantly, that Republicans actually want to run the government in a bipartisan manner. This is crap. Stop printing this crap, man. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of criticism toward the way the media frames things on this show this week, but it's well deserved. And there is no example in recent history of Republicans wanting to work with Democrats on anything. There's been a lot of examples, though, of conservative Democrats working with Republicans on passing tax cuts for the rich and things like that. It's about time Democrats actually do what they were elected to do, which is represent the best interests of their constituents. These conservative Democrats certainly haven't been doing that. And I'm tired of media framing that really protects the behavior that they're engaging in. But we'll always call them out here on TYT. Doesn't matter if they're Democrats or Republicans. People who carry water for corporatist goons will be called out, and conservative Democrats do just that. We got to take a break, but when we come back, penises and pollution. All right, Millennial Hero from our members section is worried about NFTs, or at least how we're gonna talk about NFTs. Anna, before you start in on digital art, you should know that I've been selling NFTs, digital art, for 6 months, and it changed my life for the better. It's the only way I've been able to pay off massive student loan debt, a massive student loan debt of $100,000. Please consider that NFTs are doing for small artists like me, what they're doing for small artists like me. If rich people want to give us money, let them. Millennial Hero, the story is not about people like you. It's about billionaires and what they've chosen to spend their money on. And it's not just NFTs, the things that they've chosen to spend their money on, when in reality, like, these people fight to keep a system of inequality for what? So they can spend their money on nonsense? Like, I can't stand it, but we'll talk about it in more detail later. All right, rapid fire round, super chats. Peter Hamby, I know it's really early, but in every mass shooting, GOP always spouts thoughts and prayers while raking in blood money. Hell, they'd accept it if their family members were killed in an AR-15 massacre. Jeremiah Joseph, we must let the love in our hearts be stronger than the fear in our minds. Only answer I have to this madness. That Bernie bro says nothing is going to change until a victim is someone wealthy / powerful. I disagree. Doesn't matter if they're wealthy or powerful. Doesn't matter if it's a cop. Doesn't matter if it's a veteran. Doesn't matter if it's a current soldier. Doesn't matter. They don't care. One wealthy person does not matter to gun manufacturers who want to make a profit. They don't. No one matters. That's how this system is run. It's profits over people over and over again. Bradley Vance got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine today. Congratulations, glad to have it done. I hope everyone who wants one can get one, get there soon. Yeah, I agree, I want one soon. JR Alfred says, love you, Anna and Cenk. TYT is awesome, keep up the good work, thank you. BC Trumpet, the produce dragon says, Senator Blobfish. I don't know what that means, but I like it. All right, we got more time, so I'm gonna go to Twitch. The Progressive Defender gifted 5 subs. Elder Mind Pulse gifted 5 subs. EK Greens, you're always up in the Twitch section. Thank you, we love you. Also gifted 5 subs. Vaxix, 3 months Prime with honest question: what's better, peanut butter and grape jelly sandwich or peanut butter and strawberry jam? Honestly, I like both. But right now we have raspberry jam in the household, and raspberry also goes really well with peanut butter. So just try it out, see how you feel about it. But good question. Benny Sunshine, new Prime. Lord Kane 73, 7 months Prime. Big Dog, 3 months, tier 1. Mama Jama, 3 months Prime with the comment TYT is the best and a little heart emoji, thank you. Awesome Brad, 2 months Prime. I watch TYT and TDR daily and have to say I love John so much that I don't even want to read it, but Anna edges out John only slightly, but a win is a win. Thank you, it's really sweet, but I love John. It's okay if you tell him that you think I'm a little bit better. He won't get hurt by that. Anyway, gotta get back to the show, see you there. That's right, we're back, and we're about to do the story that you guys have all been waiting for. Woz, I'm sure you're curious, how exactly does pollution impact our genitals? Well, luckily we have scientists who look into that, and I'm about to share the details with you. Are you ready?
Ready.
All right, let's do it. So pollution obviously has led to a variety of health issues, environmental issues. It's been endangering wildlife and making the air far more difficult to breathe in many parts of the world. But pollution's next victim, or maybe even current victim, could be penises. And that's human penises, according to Dr. Shauna Swan, a renowned environmental and reproductive epidemiologist, I can't say it. She's a scientist. Epidemiologist. I did it. Okay, so there we go. She released a new book that actually details the link between industrial chemicals in products that we use on a daily basis and how it impacts lower sperm count, erectile dysfunction, and yes, even smaller penis size. So the book is based primarily off of one of her recent studies. I'll give you some excerpts as reported by Vice. So in 2017, Swan co-authored a study that found sperm counts had plummeted in the West, by 59% between 1973 and 2011. In her new book, Swan explores how a low sperm count, low fertility rates, and penis shrinkage is tied to a common culprit: chemicals. So these chemicals are found in products that we use on a daily basis, and also things like plastics, food wrapping, cleaning products, electronics, even in some of the food we eat. The chemicals are found commonly in plastics, herbicides, toothpaste, beauty products, and act as endocrine disruptors, which leads to premature birth, lower IQs, obesity, and according to Swan's research, smaller penis size. It might be hard to avoid these chemicals since they are often not on labels and are commonly found in plastic shampoos, cosmetics, cushions, canned foods, and even ATM receipts. Woz, A, are you buying it? And B, if you are buying it, are you surprised?
I'm buying it in the sense that if this does play a role in erectile dysfunction and low sperm count and sort of, it affects your libido, I think we all know that you need an erection in order to perform these tasks. So if you're having trouble with all of that, then I'm buying it. I can believe that all of these stuff sort of play with our body chemistry. I would be more concerned with the low sperm count and just generally not being up for the task than anything else, because we all know it ain't the size of the ship, it's the motion in the ocean, Anna.
Yeah, I mean, I've been lucky. So I haven't had a lot of experience on the smaller end of the spectrum, but nonetheless, but I agree with you. I mean, the important issue here, shout outs to Christian. The issue here, this is a serious story, okay? I apologize for being a child here. But you're right. I mean, and by the way, this doesn't just impact males. This clearly has an impact on females as well, and fertility is an issue. So, birth defects could be connected to these chemicals. This year, researchers from France's National Public Health Agency found that young boys who lived in polluted regions where coal mining used to take place were twice as likely to have one descended testicle and 5 times likely to have 2 undescended testicles. So there's that. Also, women might have difficulty conceiving if they're looking to get pregnant and have children. So it's obviously awful to read this stuff. We know that the environment has an impact on our health, on our well-being, and whenever you hear these debates take place about healthcare, for instance, like one of my favorite authors is Barbara Ehrenreich, and I love everything she has to say about this culture of personal responsibility, especially as it pertains to healthcare in America. We have this privatized healthcare system, and every time we engage in discussions about fixing it, changing it, you hear a lot from corporatists and the private insurance companies about how, well, if you just take personal responsibility, if you take care of your health, if you eat right, if you exercise, if you do this, if you do that, you're gonna be fine, you're gonna be fine. No, you're not gonna be fine, because there are so many things that have been deregulated, that have been taken out of our control, that have an impact on our health. And to treat this as if, no, it's your fault, Americans. It's your fault that you're overweight. It's your fault that how do these chemicals impact our metabolism, right? And why is it that these chemicals aren't labeled or listed on the products
you just hit the nail right on the head. And how can I be personally responsible for knowing to avoid something that I, 1, don't even know to avoid, and 2, even if I did, it's that information isn't being divulged to me. And ideally, this is where an entity as powerful as the American federal government would step in with regulation, with fining, with coming down on people, on corporations who, basically make us sick, make us less horny, hopefully they would come down on these guys. But because, as with so many other things, the tail is wagging the dog of the American government. Basically, big business tells the government what to do rather than, again, the most powerful entity in the world dictating terms to these guys who are polluting our citizenry.
Yeah, exactly. So this is something that is just going to continue to get worse. And remember, during the Trump administration, one of his focuses, he did manage to get quite a few things done, especially when it comes to rolling back protections, environmental protections, rolling back necessary labeling when it comes to toxic chemicals, rolling back regulations on things like toxic dumping. Like that is what the Trump administration did manage to accomplish to our detriment. So this was something that was already a problem prior to the Trump administration. It was exacerbated through his deregulatory efforts. And I get that Biden's very busy, trying to undo some of the damage from the Trump administration. But I would certainly prioritize, cleaning up our environment as much as humanly possible, not just by reversing what Trump managed to do during his 4 years in office, but by going much further than that. And when you have this system of corruption, that's incredibly difficult to. It's not that it's difficult to accomplish it. It's that politicians are bought off by corporate interests.
And it's important that we point that out, because people need to understand that it's not that these people who are on the boards of these companies are so uniquely evil. No, it's that in the current system where profits are prioritized over everything, right? Like the reason why they don't clean this stuff up, the reason why they behave and they take the posture that they do when it comes to concealing this stuff is because it might cost them money. And you never willingly do in our system anything that will cost you money. It's the job of the government to catch you and prosecute you for it. Basically, make the sort of punishments so bad that you are then incentivized to do that thing, right? But outside of that, when the profit motive takes precedence over everything, this is always what's going to be the case. Like they're going to do whatever is best for their bottom line at the detriment of even our sperm count. I mean, the precious sperm count the Christians said we were supposed to multiply, man. How are we supposed to do that when they polluting us, Anna?
I don't know. It's just gonna be a lot more difficult based on what the scientist is saying. Speaking of lower sperm count, let's talk about Louis DeJoy. He's in the news. He's still Postmaster General, and he's up to no good as usual. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy, the Trump loyalist who tried to essentially dismantle the post office in a year when there was going to be an influx of mail-in voting, is still clinging to his job. He's still the Postmaster General, and you really need the Board of Governors to vote to oust him. Biden should work on that. But in the meantime, he has put forward a 10-year plan for the post office, which, looks like it would actually harm the way the post office operates, giving the delivery companies that he's invested in a little bit of an edge when it comes to making a profit. So the sweeping 58-page plan that he titled Delivering for America promises to make the post service more competitive. Wrong, it's not, and more modern, including a new energy-friendly fleet of delivery vehicles, upgrades to post offices and uniforms, new technology such as mobile devices for letter carriers, and new employee training. Now, there have been previous reports about how there was this initial plan to move its fleet of vehicles to electric cars. But Louis DeJoy, despite what you might read in the CNN piece, actually decided to move in a different direction and work with a third party that would produce vehicles that are not as clean as what the original plan was. So don't buy that framing. He's not actually doing something that would be better than the previous plan in moving to an electric fleet of vehicles for the post office. But there's more of a catch to this. So it also calls for dialing down delivery time expectations, which it notes the system has been unable to meet over the past 8 years. So remember, Louis DeJoy has a vested interest in watching the post office fail because he's literally invested in competitors to the post office. So he's like, yeah, we're gonna get some new uniforms, maybe some new employee training. I'm gonna lie about what I'm gonna do with the fleet of green vehicles. But that one like centerpiece of what the post office is gonna do, yeah, we're gonna screw that up. That's what we're gonna do. And we're gonna call that delivering for America. See, this is how the right wing brands things that they do, right? They'll do horrific things, but they'll brand it as like focus on the family, Focus on the Family is like this right-wing organization that was, I don't know if it still exists, but awful, like terrorizing gay people in the country. Like that's what they did. That's what Focus on the Family was. And this titling, this framing was just really reminds me of that, because he's not trying to deliver for America. He's trying to deliver for himself and other shareholders for these other companies that the post office serves as a competitor to.
And the problem, Anna, is again, it's the Democrats. They're in power. And oftentimes they take on all of the worst traits and instincts of Republicans, i.e., suckling at the power teat of the corporate class, right? But they never take on the good stuff, meaning Trump gets elected into office at the CFPB, which is a company, a government agency, which, by the way, all they did for their job was take money from banks after they engaged in criminal, illegal behavior and gave it back to citizens. That was the entire point of that government agency. There's no way to paint them as anything but that. So what the Trump administration did was, we can't demonize a company that's just giving money to American citizens. We're just gonna destabilize it. We're just gonna make it ineffective. We're gonna empower a guy over there who's gonna tell everybody who works there, put your pens and papers down. We're no longer prosecuting people. We're no longer doing our jobs. That's what we do when we get into power, right? As soon as we get in, if somebody had if Obama ever said hi to your mother, you were fired and you were out of there. Immediately, and everybody understood that. The Dems get in power and it's like, oh yeah, we'll probably get to getting the postmaster guy. Oh, that guy he was actually pretty good under George Bush. Let's get him in here and let's do it. They never do this on the other side. They're like, no, we're in power now. Get y'all butts out of here. And so it just annoys me, man. Like Biden should have had this dude canned already. I know he can't directly fire the guy himself, but Jesus Christ. And by the way, not even just this guy was a Trump appointee. He actively tried to sabotage your campaign. So just for that alone, you gotta go after him hard. But instead we get, 53-page report about how he's making America male again or something.
Well, okay, so let's talk about the process of getting rid of DeJoy, because I agree with you, it should be a priority because the post office is so important. I mean, think about the service it provides to rural parts of the country that otherwise would not get any type of delivery service because FedEx, UPS, it's too expensive for them to deliver packages there. They actually rely on the post office to finish their deliveries to rural parts of the country. But post office is an incredibly popular government agency. It's relative to other delivery companies, they're far more affordable. Now, in order for Biden to get rid of DeJoy, you're right, he can't do that directly. And what he would need to do is appoint people on the board of governors who then get to make that decision. And so getting rid of DeJoy, as CNN reports, is not a clean-cut process. The president does not have the power to remove the postmaster general. Only the Postal Service Board of Governors, which is comprised of members nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate, have the power to do so. And DeJoy continues to have the support of the Trump-appointed board. So right now, what Biden is trying to do is fill the vacant seats on the board with supporters of his own agenda. And look, I don't care if they're supporters of his agenda. I just want people who actually understand the importance of protecting the post office, right? So obviously the Board of Governors right now does not feel that way. They don't have that principle, and that's an issue. So right now, the current board consists of 2 Democrats and 4 Republicans, which leaves 3 seats open for Biden to fill. Let's go, let's fill them right away. Biden now has the power to stack the board with supporters of his agenda and vision for the giant agency. With 3 open seats and another 2 members over their term limit, Democrats are calling on Biden to do just that. So do it and nominate a new slate of board members who could eventually overthrow DeJoy. It would be best if it's sooner rather than later, but it is kind of miraculous that this man who engaged in some of the worst behavior to undermine the 2020 elections still has that position of power in an important and popular government agency. So we'll stay on that story and give you more details as it unfolds. For now, though, we're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, let's talk a little bit about tax evaders and how they get away with something that you would go to prison for. Come right back. It's all McDonald's from our member section has an actual serious point on the penis pollution story that we talked about earlier. Honestly, I'm wondering how much this disproportionately affects minorities. Environmental racism is real, and you're right about that. Environmental racism is real. And just today I was talking to a friend about what's to come regarding climate refugees looking for safety as they've been pushed out of their own homes as a result of climate change. I got news for you. If you're worried about migrants at the border now, the problem will it will continue to get worse as we make parts of the world less and less livable for human beings, right? And that's gonna continue being a problem. Moving on to our super chats, Detroit Microsound says, so don't print those receipts. That's about the pollution story. I remember reading about that and I didn't believe it, but now I kind of do. Vanishing Dragon, I'm so grateful to have been featured in the post game yesterday. Thank you for doing those videos, they were great. I'm glad you seem to enjoy the music picks. Sorry that they were so glitchy. It's not your fault. It's the technology's fault. You did great. I did one for Nando and Rick posted to the TYT Discord. Awesome. Parker says, this may be an uncomfortable question, but is Wolfpack still a thing? Yes. Haven't heard Cenk talk about it in a while, but hope the fight is still going strong. Yes, please go to wolf-pack.com. It's the effort to pass a constitutional amendment to get money out of politics. It is still something that Cenk is, it exists. Cenk is still very much involved in it. It's just that Cenk is an ambitious man who has decided to launch like 28 different PACs in an effort to do something about our broken political system. But yes, please check that out and thank you for that question. Going to our Twitch section, Egypt says 9-month subversary, hashtag Bezos bucks for sanity. And yes, 9 months prime, thank you so much. Beaks Electric, 4 months prime with a comment. Hey Anna, I already subscribed to tyt.com for the podcast feeds, but I wanted to make sure you folks also got my Bezos bucks too. Keep rocking, thank you. And we also have Depressed Progressive who gave 1,000 bits. I hope we can, lift your spirits a little bit, Depressed Progressive, but thank you for the bits. Dequan Dewak gave 2,000 bits, and Irie Man also gave 420 bits, which I love. Got a new vape pen yesterday, and I'm enjoying it. Not before the show, of course. After the show, I'm a professional. And I want to thank our TYT members on YouTube, which I think I might have lost you guys. There we go. Okay, new TYT members. We have Angela White, Ryan Atkins, Tina Montez, Crumble 104, Brandon, I apologize, Brandon Kenya, and Yanil Gonzalez. Thank you so much for your support, guys. We really, really appreciate it. Members help to make this show happen. You guys keep us sustainable. You guys keep us well-funded so we don't have to deal with any of those corporate goons. We love you, and we gotta get back to the show right now, so we'll see you there. Welcome back to TYT. Now let's talk about tax evaders, which of course is something more common among wealthy people. And now we have specific numbers to share with you. So, new analysis by 2 IRS researchers found that the top 1% in the United States hide about 1/5 of their wealth in order to evade paying taxes. So not only do they have lawmakers passing legislation to cut their taxes, they also evade taxes by not reporting the entirety of their income, something that poor people would actually suffer severe consequences for if they decided to engage in that type of fraudulent activity. Now, the richest 1% of US households don't report around 21% of their income, often using complex tax avoidance strategies that allow them to outmaneuver the federal government's increasingly rare audits of the wealthy. And honestly, they don't have to try too hard to outmaneuver the IRS because the IRS is so ill-funded that it's unable to do audits for or do audits of the wealthy, right? And understand that it costs more money. You use up more resources to do those audits because their taxes are more complicated. And when it comes to poor people, well, that's where their attention is focused. And so we have this situation in which like the biggest tax evaders get away with it, and people who maybe forgot to report something, that happens, have to deal with these unbelievably difficult audits that can drag on for a long, long time. Now, here's how much their collective taxes would amount to if they were actually paying them. The researchers over at Tax Evasion at the Top of the Income Distribution say this: we estimate that 36% of federal income taxes unpaid are owed by the top 1%, and that collecting all unpaid federal income tax from this group would increase federal revenues by about $175 billion annually. 6% of the richest households' unreported income corresponded to undetected, sophisticated evasion, such as offshoring, pass-through businesses, and other avoidance tactics. I'm shocked by this, Waz. I would think that these hardworking job creators would not commit any type of tax evasion. They love this country. They're true patriots. I mean, they built this country, didn't they?
No, and they didn't. And part of how you stay rich in this country is tax avoidance, and just an investment in your ability to avoid them. A lot of these loopholes, they they were achieved by certain business interests lobbying our government precisely for this reason. They lobbied the government for tax loopholes. And as you said, as it pertains to the prosecuting or the auditing, as we call it, of poor individuals, obviously that's what they're gonna do, because rich people have told lawmakers, tell the IRS to go look under their couch cushions for that money. Don't come to the bank. Don't come to us. Don't come to the people with all of it. Like literally, go bother those poor people for that extra 1,500, for that extra 600, even though I've got an extra 30, 40 million in certain cases overseas in these secret bank accounts. It's quite disgusting, honestly, when you think about it, because often when we're talking in America about quote unquote free rides and quote unquote everybody paying their fair share and lifting the bootstraps and doing all of this stuff, these are the people who are getting off scot-free. This is actually a welfare program for the rich in order for them to do what, Anna? Get more yachts? Get more private planes? Like what about these people's lives will be, measurably improved by having done all of this tax avoidance? And meanwhile, every time we want to do something worthwhile for the American people, all we ever hear is how are we going to pay for it? Where are we going to find the funds, et cetera, et cetera. It's quite awful.
It is awful. But just pointing out the B-roll that we provided our audience, at least we got equality, right? Like at least we got the women executives in there too. Like look at her. I mean, she might be avoiding her taxes, but she's a woman. Girl boss, it's okay.
Representation.
And then that guy, no, we're against that guy because he's just part of the continuous white male paradigm in this country. But she's okay. She's okay. No, obviously
tax avoidance only kills Americans when white men do it, Anna. We know that. You're woke enough to understand that, don't you? There are no black, lesbian, female capitalists in America. Don't you know that, Anna?
Right. I mean, that would be the narrative that the press would love for you to believe, but obviously we're not buying that. But I've been audited once, and it was literally like my lowest earning year in my career. It was my first year at TYT, and I got audited because I started as an hourly worker at TYT because I wasn't full time, and then when I switched over to full time, they put me on payroll, right? So I was collecting a salary, not a very big salary, but you get the point. So that year when I filed my taxes, I had to provide 2 different documents, and I'm not gonna name any names, but someone at TYT forgot to give me one of those documents, and I'm a child. Like it was the first year that I filed taxes for myself. My dad had been doing it up until then, and I got a little Armenian princess in me. Okay, don't hate. But I remember getting that letter from the IRS, and it was terrifying. And I was like, I didn't do it on purpose, and it was just such a scary process. But looking back at it now, I'm like, really, you guys are gonna come after me during a year when I made a couple dozen bucks? Like really? Like it's just, but that's what they do because those are simple tax audits. And by the way, one other thing I gotta quickly mention, I do find it fascinating that as Trump was facing a pretty serious tax audit, he comes into the office and immediately starts cutting resources for the IRS, like of course. But that's what's going on with the wealthy, and it is what it is. We gotta fight against that. Speaking of the wealthy, what are the wealthy spending their money on during the pandemic? Well, the rich are struggling with this pandemic. And while finances might not be their struggle, they're struggling with boredom because they can't travel. There are travel bans all over the world. So what are they gonna spend their money on as they've become wealthier during the pandemic and the poor have become poorer? Well, they've decided to spend their money on overvalued collectibles, even as most others in the country are struggling to pay rent. For instance, an executive over at Estee Lauder has found his new obsession with luxury watches. His name is John Dempsey, and he says this: all I do is go through watch porn, which I think is a clunky sentence. Like maybe be a little more careful in how you construct your sentences as an executive, but nonetheless, he says, I'm selling watches, I'm buying watches, it's crazy. I have no reason right now to buy a watch. I'm at home all day at a computer. Time is staring me right in the face. What reason do I have to look at my wrist? But I want a tangible sign of something, so I'm looking at watches. And I'll give you examples on how much those watches cost, but what do you make of this?
I mean, at least watches, the luxury kinds anyway, are like a decent investment. Like if you go out and you buy a Rolex tomorrow, like in a year or 2 or 5 years, you'll be able to get pretty close to however much you paid for it. At least it's not something like the digital art crap. I mean, in my world, NBA Top Shop, which is just straight up, they're selling YouTube highlights to people. They're selling LeBron dunked on somebody. We're selling a YouTube video of that dunk, and you get to claim that it's yours. That thing's not gonna be worth diddly in a few years. Trust me, this is a complete and utter scam and a sham. The digital art thing, I mean, I'm reminded of the Martin Shkreli guy buying the one Wu-Tang album that was in existence and basically holding it hostage, and that kind of stuff. Whatever, those one-offs are what they're gonna be. But yeah, rich people are gonna find ways to squander money, and yeah, not pay their fair share in taxes. Of course, this stuff all goes hand in hand, obviously.
Yes, and that's That's the issue I have with it, right? Like they fight so hard to maintain this system that leads to inequality. They fight so hard for it. And so like, if you're fighting that hard for something, it must be worth it, right? Like, what are you spending your money on? Is it significantly improved? You think that this Estee Lauder dude is happy? Like, if you need to buy these watches to feel good about yourself, there's something going on psychologically. Like physical things, consumerism, like that stuff might on the surface, maybe temporarily, it makes you feel good. But it's not something that fulfills your life. It doesn't give you purpose. It doesn't make you feel better. And they're willing to like destroy the entire country just to maintain this system of inequality so they can buy these nonsense things. And by the way, right now, because of the fact that the pandemic led some of these watchmakers in Switzerland to shut down, the value of some of these existing luxury watches increased in value, right? Because there's now a limited supply. But they're gonna open up again, guys. They're gonna open up again. And the New York Times is like, oh yeah, they're such smart investors. They really have their finger on the pulse. They know what they're doing. No, they're not smart investors. They're morons. They're spending their money on something that's going to decrease in value as soon as the watchmakers begin producing more of these stupid luxury watches. And Rolexes are ugly. I'm gonna say it. They're ugly, they're gaudy, they're just not. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. And I want to continue this story in our discussion on the post-game show for members today. Become a member, tyt.com/join. We got more for you there, and I can't wait to talk about it with you guys. So love you, have a great night, and we will see you soon.
I went to Kentucky Fried Chicken when I had first got my license, like 17 years old or 17, 18, whatever it was. And I'm driving, I think my dad's Oldsmobile, and I parked it in a place where there was two cars next to me, really tight spot, and a car behind me. I don't even know how I got in there because I'm a terrible driver. Back then I was an even worse driver. And on the roads I'm okay, but in parking spots I have terrible spatial reasoning and I'm a mess. And on my way out, I hit all three cars at once. I broke all records, okay? So I went, as I'm backing out, I went boom, oh and this side hit that car, this side hit this car, and the back hit the third car, okay? And I got stuck. I didn't know how to get out. Like I went, okay, for this, and then I'm like, no, and then, right? And then finally I had to stop, go inside the KFC and go, A, I'm sorry, I hit a bunch of your cars. They're like, what do you mean a bunch of your cars? I'm like, I don't know.
Wow, there's a B?
Yeah, I'm like this, I hit 3 cars, I don't know. So you guys gotta come help me, okay? Okay, so one, my bad, really sorry about that. Okay, number 2, can someone take my car out? Because I don't wanna keep hitting your cars and I'm incapable of taking it out of this spot.
Now baby, move that fat, baby, move that fat.
Hi, I'm Brett Ehrlich with Breaking News with Brett Ehrlich. This is Breaking News with Brett Ehrlich. Hi, Brett Ehrlich here. According to EPA head Scott Pruitt, climate change is not happening. He cited a meme on Facebook he saw. When pressed to back up this source, he said it must be accurate because the watermark said it was made by a scientist. So, your move, Truth.
Do all of you know the Young Turks?
An outlet like yourself that are willing to cover this story from the very beginning and that weren't afraid to say, hey, this is something that is legitimate.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
Brent Welder is very progressive Democrat. He's a just Democrat, in fact, uncorrupted, not going to take big corporate PAC money. When did you start watching the show and when did you become a member?
So I've been watching for 10 years, an active viewer, but also more importantly, getting out there with causes like Wolfpack.
By the end of our campaign, we had organized about 22,000 individual contributions with an average about $27 a piece. And those initial people were a lot of TYT supporters as well.
They're looking at the world in a very different way than corporate media does.
It takes those early people who believe that can really be the seeds of this movement, and that has been the Young Turks.
Thank you. Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks.
Thank you to TYT and all the progressives around the country that have our backs.
You know, the first and only interviews that we had tonight to be with the Young Turks as well, because you guys have been here from the very beginning, and that's what this night is all about.
And I thank Cenk very much for the very good work that he does.
Thank you so much for all in this together, and the people are so powerful, and we're gonna get it done.
Thank you for your constant support.
It's a pleasure to be with rebels. I like that.
For all of the help that you've given to the Just Democrats, to Wolfpack, to help fellow progressives, thank you guys, to all the Young Turks members that make it possible.
Hey, this is Edwin. Most of you might recognize me, well, not me, mostly my laugh from the main show.
I mean, it's gonna be hard to get the Uygur maneuver on him.
And today, my talent is Rubik's Cubes. You gotta forgive me, it's been at least 5 years since I've competed. So that's why I'm actually going pretty slow. Watch this.
Post-game, Anna and Waz with you, and we are continuing with the story that we were talking about in the last hour of the show today. What are
Lucian penis?
No, we're done with that.
I thought we were still doing that. Okay, because I like most of the viewers believe that horny Anna is the best Anna. Everybody knows this. Whenever Anna can talk about Christian sexual prowess or her own insatiable appetites and libido, that's when TYT goes to the next level and stratosphere. That's why I thought we would stay on that, but I guess we're going with something different, which is gonna be fire too, but you know.
Anyway, yeah. Let's like a little bothered. Like let's move on. Woo! I'm here. All right. No, but come on, guys. Like he's just. All right. So we're still talking about the rich people and what they're spending their money on, and so we talked about this John Dempsey guy. Loves to spend money on watches, and honestly, believe it or not, he's not the worst offender in this story. There are certainly people who are worse, including those who, I'm sorry, are willing to spend literally millions. They won't pay taxes. They'll fight to avoid paying taxes. They'll evade taxes in some cases, but they do it because they want to spend their money on really important things, like $1 million on Donald Trump digital art. In February, a digital artwork of Donald Trump face down in the grass, covered in words like loser, sold for $6.6 million. It's digital, it's not, you can't touch it, okay? A record for a non-fungible token or NFT, so called because there's no physical piece for the buyer to take possession of. Fittingly, the image, by the way, was paid for in Ethereum, a form of cryptocurrency that among millennials is almost as well known as Bitcoin. 2 weeks later, Christie's sold another NFT by Beeple, this time for $69 million. But thank God, I mean, what else could we do with that money, right? Like, it's good that this person doesn't, takes advantage of the opportunities provided in this country, but doesn't pay back by just paying their fair share in taxes. Look, I don't know who the specific buyer is. Maybe I'm being unfair to them. But my point is, there is an intentional effort to maintain and even exacerbate a system that allows for people to become so fabulously wealthy that they're able to spend $69 million on garbage, while most Americans during this pandemic have struggled to pay rent, have struggled to pay their health bills because they've been laid off and lost their health insurance as a result of being laid off. Like, these are real problems that Americans have been facing. And the reason why we're never able to pass common sense legislation is because at the other nonsensical end of all of it are wealthy people who just don't want to provide the revenue through paying their fair share of taxes to fund the programs that we need. That's why. That's why I have an issue with this, right? And also, all of the luxury items, I've never really understood it. Like, I had a time in my life, where I got brainwashed. I was a teenager, high school. I'm like, yeah, of course. You're nothing if you don't have a Gucci bag. And then I realized no one cares about Gucci bags. Like, you buy that kind of stuff to try to impress other women, and I'm not interested in impressing other women. I'm interested in impressing my husband with a nice everything, and he doesn't care about my Gucci bag. So.
Well, I was just about to say, Anna, at no point when you and Christian were consummating your marriage or relationship did he think to himself, I wonder how this would have been if she had a Burberry bag. At no point, not that anybody wears Burberry bags, honestly, if we're being honest. It's, it's gotta be Hermes or YSL. Or a couple other brands, but we're not gonna get into that right now. And but this is the thing. Rich people are gonna spend their money on ridiculous things. I think that's part of the reason you even become rich, is to do, really gaudy things like that. But I think I am heartened by something that you said earlier in the show, and no, not pollution penis, but when you talked about the sort of culture of not worshiping excess and being like, oh, that's so great. Like, it's calming down. Like, I can remember somebody like Jay-Z, who I'm a huge fan of, right? And every time he'd make another business move, it was like, oh, this guy is so great, it's so genius. And he would make songs about it like, isn't it great that I'm so rich and I'm black, and since you're black, you get to feel good about it? Isn't that just a great gift I just gave to you? It was such a cynical reading on the American capitalistic system, but I think, now people are sort of hip to it. He did his little freaking champagne deal with Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy Company. And he sold a majority stake in Tidal, even though when it started, it was we're taking this back, it's ownership and blah, blah, blah. It was just another freaking startup venture to eventually sell and make money. And great, right? Like, Jay-Z is now really rich, and his children and his family will be rich for eons and eons, and that's nice for them. But I think even in hip hop, where a big part of the culture is, I'm better than you, I've got a better car, I've got a better house, I've had sex with better looking women, that's the culture. I think having sex with women still matters, but people aren't as enamored of the sort of the acquisition of goods and money and hoarding it and all of that as people used to be, which I think is pretty heartening. So, as disgusting as this New York Times story was, I think the culture at large is moving past that.
You probably don't remember this, but you said something to me once that I'll never forget, and it was probably the best compliment that anyone's ever. This is not hyperbole. I genuinely believe it was the best compliment that anyone's given to me, and I don't even know if you meant it as a compliment, but you said to me, Anna, you're not a show off, and like, I think what you meant there is, I'm not a flashy person, and I don't really care about like I don't really dress in like name brand stuff. I like drive a used Honda Civic and I love it. Like, I don't care about that stuff. But it's
we gotta get you a Tesla. I know Elon is evil, but we gotta get you a Tesla. And
I like my car. I love my car.
You would look so amazing in a Model 3. Come on.
I already look amazing. I don't need a Tesla to do that. I love my Honda Civic so much that when I got into a car accident that totaled my original Honda Civic in the beginning of 2020. I was like on the warpath to literally look for the exact same used Honda Civic. Like, JR was like, did you just buy like a car That's exactly like the car you crashed. That's like years and years. Like, yeah, it's old. I don't care. I love that car. I just like simple. I like simple. I don't. In Beverly Hills recently, there was a group of people eating outside, enjoying a nice, meal. It's Beverly Hills. And someone walked up to that table because one of the women there was wearing a watch that's worth $250,000. Held a gun up to this person, stole the watch, opened fire. Luckily, no one died, but someone did get shot and injured. And I don't know if they ever caught this person. But the point I'm making is, I'm not interested in drawing attention to myself. And I'm not blaming that person for wearing that watch. I'm not blaming the victim. Please don't understand it that way. But my point is, like, who are you doing this for? Are you doing it because you genuinely enjoy, like you really get fulfillment and enjoyment from these items? Or are you doing it to send a message to other people? And I think that it's a problem when you're living for others, like you're doing things and making decisions in your life and your finances, not to feel good about yourself, but to impress others. And let me tell you something, no one cares. No one really cares.
Yeah, I've definitely, as I've gotten older, become less enamored of things, although I'm still working on my sneaker addiction. But again, that's not as expensive as other people's sneaker habit. I've got it pretty reined in. I'm not gonna go crazy. Like, you're not gonna see me with a pair of $500 sneakers. They might be worth it if I put it on the secondary market, but I myself am not gonna spend $500 on some kicks. But at this point in my life, that's the only thing I do now. Like if I have a birthday, because Anna, and we've only recently become friends, so you've never gotten a chance to come to one of my birthday parties. Generally for my birthday, I go all out. So I might get something really fancy to wear on my birthday. That's it though, that's it.
No, that's different though, right? Like, for me, spending the money on events like gatherings where you're gonna spend time with people you care, like that's worth it. You wanna look good for that event, do you, right? But there's a purpose behind it. There's meaning behind it. It's more than just like, I gotta one up, my group of girlfriends who love luxury persons.
So you don't want to wear the Christian Loubs to Nobu in Malibu and Instagram it? That's not your thing, and you don't want to do that.
No,
you don't want to take pictures of the plants at Catch LA.
No, look, but so that's not my thing, right? I'm not like big into that kind of stuff. But I also don't want anyone to think that I don't have any weaknesses. I do. Like, there are things that, but again, these are items that actually give me happiness. I thought we were
talking about Christian again just now when you said
no. Well, that's true. But like bathroom fixtures. No, I don't want to buy a cheap like plastic bathroom fixture from Home Depot. Like, I'm gonna put down, and I get pleasure out of it. Like, every time I use that fixture, I'm like, this is a nice fixture, right? But it's for me. It's for me. It gives me happiness. It's not about keeping up with the Joneses. And I see a lot of that happening with people. Again, this isn't really about people like us. It's about people who have fought to maintain the system of inequality, and they do it just so they can buy nonsense. And then let's just end on this one other thing, because Mickey Mantle baseball cards. But why? Okay, so before the pandemic, they would sell for $4.7 million. Now, during the pandemic, they're selling for $45 million because wealthy people are like putting their money in these collectibles. I've never really understood the whole baseball card thing, but since I don't have expertise in this, I'm gonna pass this off to you so you can explain it to me and others who don't get it.
The baseball card thing is it's still stupid. Don't get it twisted. And I don't care if you listen to this and you collect baseball cards, it's stupid. It's a piece of cotton or whatever it is. But baseball more than any sport is absolutely tied into the idea of nostalgia. Like that's the whole thing. It's like this game is played exactly the way it was when your dad loved it, when your granddad loved it. In 1896, this is how it was played. It's this idea that they're selling of nostalgia of a certain time and a place in America. Sure, we didn't let Negroes play and for a really long time and whatever, no big deal. But generally speaking, that's how the game was played. And so the baseball card industry, I kind of get like this is an artifact from a time affiliated with a sport that's so much of what they're marketing and selling to people, and so much of the experience of consuming baseball is based on these grand old traditions and nostalgia. So I kind of get it, right? Like this card existed at the time when Mickey Mantle played, when baseball was so pure and it was the biggest sport in America. And like black people couldn't vote and it was great, you know what I mean? But like, yes, it's just as stupid as a non-fungible token. It's just as dumb as pretty much any other collectible. All you people collecting Brett, which is superhero figurines, all you people doing that, it's a ridiculous hobby and you need to stop. Put it away, please. Oh my God, oh my Lord. Brett is holding up a Ruth Bader Ginsburg bobblehead right now, which is very creepy.
Well, look, the 40-year-old virgin was able to really jumpstart his marriage and life after he sold his figurines. So it was a smart investment. But look, it's one thing to do it as an investment, I guess. If you there is one person in the story who I thought was actually very smart, and it was a person who realized that the Michael Jordan docuseries was going to come out, and so. This guy decided, his name is Clement Kwan, and he's the founder of Bebo. What's Bebo? Don't know, but he's got a lot of money.
I think that's like a social media dating app. I don't remember. I've seen that thing. I've seen Bebo before somewhere.
So he decided, all right, well, this docuseries is gonna come out and I've got some cash. Why don't I invest in Michael Jordan memorabilia, trading cards, things like that. And so he bought like trading cards for $30,000 each, and then was able to sell them for, on average, $100,000 each. But there was one card he was able to sell for $736,000. So look, if you're doing this to take advantage of really dumb rich people, okay, I'm not hating on you, right? But if you're doing this because you want to feel good about yourself by looking at a card and feeling nostalgia, just look at it online.
I've seen even crazier things during the pandemic, and a friend of mine who basically made his money off of being a professional gambler, an NBA bettor. He was able to take bets on the election after it was called, okay? The Donald Trump crazies were so convinced, stop the steal and blah, 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 that it was going to work after it was called. He could still take bets on it, and he made a nice chunk of change on the election after it was called. Only in America.
You know what? Good. Good for him. No, props to him. He saw an issue that he could exploit, and he decided to exploit people who were trying to overturn the democratic results of an election. So I can't believe anyone actually thought that bitching and moaning about the election would change the results. So cool, glad he did it. I'm gonna save Preachers and Sneakers for tomorrow. And let's just. I'm always hesitant to cuss, even though it's the post game, but let's just shoot the shit. We got about 9 minutes left. Sure. And I want to go back to the fact that you told Cenk that you thought that he was more fun to host with than me. So you're saying that you said that just to suck up to Cenk, but like, no, you can be honest with me.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Let's be honest. Let's give it real talk. So, of course, you and I have developed what is so clearly and obviously an amazing chemistry partnership together on my appearances on this show, right? To use a basketball reference, we're like Mike and Scotty, we're like Stockton and Malone. It's Kobe and Shaq, if you will, for the LA people out there. I had never
before Shaq told Kobe, "Tell me how my ass tastes."
Right? Yes. Before he told Kobe to eat his ass, and before Kobe snitched on Dime Shaq out to the cops in Eagle, Colorado, because he had put his penis in the girl's butt without asking her. This is facts. I'm not slandering anybody. This is what happened in Eagle. He actually admitted it to the cops. Like, you can look up the police record. He's not like the facts of that case aren't even in question. It's just a matter of, was she cool with it or was she not? That happened. So I had never worked with Cenk before. So my expectations, I didn't have any expectations. And lo and behold, the guy's a freaking riot. He's hilarious. He's really gregarious. He's a good guy. He blew my expectations out of the water, Anna. That's not to say that our bond is not sacred and will not be, remain the same and intact no matter what. But Cenk was great. What do you want me to say? The guy was freaking incredible at his job.
No, I could totally tell you were having a good time because you were cracking up most of the time.
Dude, he was.
Look, Cenk can be funny, but he just a word of advice. Try not to enable too much because he loves it. Like, he loves your laughs. He loves it. So he's like, I'm gonna ham it up. I'm gonna ham it up.
He was absolutely killing me with the impressions, I guess. He was absolutely taking me out every single time. That was an incredible experience. It's funny. And I didn't realize you were watching until you reached out. And so that was cool too, of course, to know that even on your vacation, you were checking on your baby, TYT.
Yeah, no, so whenever I'm not on the show, I try to watch it anyway. I know I'm not on the Friday Power Panels regularly anymore, but I'm always watching live. And for me, you're naming me as the EP, like it's got to be a show that I enjoy watching, right? So I enjoy watching it. Like, I look forward to watching it even when I'm on vacation, which is a testament to how much I love what we do. And how proud I am of like the product we put out. I mean, I say product, but the show, the program that we put out. And there's always like things that I wanna improve or tinker with. And not to get into a crazy love fest right now, but Brett's done amazing things for this show. Ever since he was brought on to our team, he's been working with TYT for a long time. But ever since he was brought on to our team, it's just like this well-oiled machine. And I was able to like focus more on content. He's a process guy, and he just he's obviously talented, obviously a great host, all of that. But he's also tech savvy, knows how to streamline things. So Brett, he's putting on costume stuff right now.
Yeah, he's wearing the mask from a masquerade ball. Like, think Eyes Wide Shut, except with a baby headband on, which that's freaky stuff right there, Brett. I don't know what you notice. Brett don't do what you do, and he don't put Amber's business all out there talking about her sexual exploits all day, every single day, every episode. My goodness, the kids are watching. Anna,
do I talk about?
Every time I have been on this show, Anna, you have talked about how vibrant you and Christian's sex life is. How amazing it is.
Keep talking. I'm gonna be right back. But keep talking. Stay on this camera. I'm gonna be right back. I'm not
leaving. How amazing it is. How much of a sultry Latin lover Christian is. How beautiful of a man he is. And of course, tooting her own horn again. Always talking about, I got stamina. I can go all night. I can do this. I'm always into it. I always want to have sex. It's like, my goodness, woman.
I didn't like.
Is that Christian?
Yeah. Look at that. Hot ass.
Is him blowing a bubble?
No, but this is even better. This is even better.
Show and tell. I love it. I love this
here. This right here. God, it's hard to keep things in focus. There we go. See that person right there? That's his dad. Okay, that is Christian's dad, and he looks just like Christian in his older age.
All right. So what you're saying?
Guys, I won all the trolls who come at me. You think you're ruining my life by being mean to me online? You think that I'm at home crying when you're like pleasuring yourselves with this stupid Jimmy Dore debate about like whether I'm leftist enough? You guys are fucking dorks. I'm not tripping on you. Like, I don't care. Life is good. Life is good. I'm so grateful. You have no idea. Like, I love my job. I love the people I work with. Love my husband. I love you, Waz.
I love you
Life
too,
is
Anna.
good. You know, so I know I gotta stop bragging so much about this kind of stuff, but
no, you do no. It's beautiful to see because we love people living in love and community and harmony. And honestly, man, we like people who aren't miserable. I'm telling you, getting laid will do wonders for your spirits, people. So obviously, I care about the leftist stuff just as much as the next guy, but trust me, guys, take a break from it. Get laid or whack off. That helps. It's a good thing to whack off, guys.
So, yes, I'm a big proponent of self-love, and I am. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But more importantly, look, the senseless debates. The senseless debates about whether someone's leftist, like it doesn't accomplish anything, right? Like dividing people who are fighting for the same things doesn't accomplish anything, which is why I don't really engage in it. I don't really care. I know who I am. I know what I've been fighting for. I'm gonna continue doing that. And people are free to believe what they wanna believe. I'm just not letting it get to me. That's my point. Like prioritize, think about what's important. And it's the people in your life, right? Find joy in things that are in your immediate environment and stop pretending as if Twitter is real life, because it's not. It's just not real life. And you can, I take long breaks from Twitter and social media overall. And nothing, like it doesn't hurt my career. It doesn't change anything. It's funny because I wasn't on Twitter for a long time and then I went back on a few days ago and like the same debates are taking place, but it has no bearing on reality. Like I'm still doing my thing. I'm sharing the stories I care about with the audience. And I don't know, I love it. Like life is good and let's keep fighting together and don't get distracted by nonsense on social media. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, guess what? The post game is over now, but we have more programming coming up, including Old School. And since you're members, you guys get that whole show. Enjoy. It's one of my favorites on the network. I know it's going to be good. And Waz, as always, thanks for hosting with me today. Everyone, go check out his work over at The Athletic, Woke Bros, and I think you're also going to be on Left Reckoning soon, right?
I am. How'd you know that? I'm gonna be on Left Reckoning on Thursday with my boys, Matt Leck and Dave. Man, like those are my guys, and I'm really excited about it.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Old School. Cenk Uygur, Ben Mancos with you guys. As always, brought to you by ShopTYT.com and Too Strong Coffee. So, Ben, this is a show, obviously, for the uninitiated, where we talk about different things that don't necessarily have to do with politics, but it can. In this case, I'm going to start out in an interesting way. What makes you happy? And I'll be a little bit more clear. What makes you the happiest?
I like it when like Asher calls at like 2:30 in the afternoon and goes, "Hey, I just wanted to remind you, we're not doing Old School tonight. Cenk has a really big meeting." Then I'm always like, "Oh, hey."
Well, that's an answer, brother.
But that does lead to something, sort of a realization that you don't have to do something that you thought you had to do, whether you didn't want to do. And that does not apply to Old School, of course, because I love doing it. But, that moment when you got to go to a party, you got to go to a meeting, and it's canceled. Oh, you know what used to make me really happy? I think you're thinking bigger things, and I like the details.
No, I'm thinking anything that's coming to your mind.
I haven't gone to therapy much since about halfway through the pandemic, but I'm late, and I've been better, but I'm always still like 3 or 4 minutes late, and stuff, and and when my therapist is late, or when he forgot that it was our appointment, and he'd be like, "Oh, I didn't realize it was today," and he'd come in, and he'd be 22 minutes late. I was over the moon. I just felt like all responsibility had been lifted from my shoulders. I'm like, yeah, this one's on you. But this is great. I felt this enormous, take your time. I'm good.
Well, okay. So Ben, let's break that one down. Okay. So first of all, I totally agree. I've been in meetings where I was on time or late, and then someone shows up later, and they're like, "I'm so sorry," and I'm thinking in my head, "Are you kidding me? I've been happy all week."
No, totally.
Like
better
for
than
the
like a
first
deep
time,
tissue
it's not
massage.
me who's the bad guy and who's being late and irresponsible, etc. Like now you feel bad and I feel great. I don't know what you're talking about. You couldn't have done me a bigger favor.
I think I would have to wait for somebody 90 minutes before I would even get moderately irritated. I mean, I would really 7 o'clock. They're not there at 8:30. I'm thinking, hey, I'm here. It's okay. This one's not on me, and this is a bad one. Like this.
Yeah. No, that happened once. Not an hour and a half, but we were supposed to have a meeting, and it was a breakfast meeting, and it was a kind of a lovely little cafe, right? And the person forgot about it or something and didn't show up. And at first, I was like, I got it. You know me, and my schedule's so packed. I gotta go, right? And then when it finally dawned on me that they weren't coming, I was like, I now have an hour and an incredibly luxurious hour to eat at this cafe. It's already in my schedule. There's nothing anybody could do about it.
Yeah,
oh my God. It was like the best breakfast meeting I've ever had.
Oh, first of all, I forgot I was going to, so I deliberately did this. I mean, I half deliberately did this. Happy birthday, Cenk. It was yesterday as we taped today, but I thought, no, I'm not going to call. I'll see him tomorrow. And I'm certainly not going to text, please. Is it appropriate for us to text each other happy birthday?
So I actually think it is appropriate because I've become a texting fiend. So I will text anybody, anything. And I'm not shy about it. I'm not embarrassed about it anymore, Ben. But I hear you. This is old school, and I should be slightly embarrassed about it. So I don't disagree with you.
No, I don't know that. I didn't have a set answer to that.
Okay, but we know your answer. And so, but right back at you, brother. And now I feel incredible relief that I don't have to bother remembering it in 3 days.
That's right.
So happy birthday.
That's right. Our birthdays are 4 days apart from each other. It's adorable.
That's right. It's adorbs. If I texted that to you, maybe we're crossing a line.
Maybe. Maybe.
So, all right, give me something else. What other than other human beings not showing up and bothering you? What else makes you happy?
I think and again, this is selfish. I don't want people to think this is some. When my wife is happy, I'm happy, but not because she's happy. Right? I mean, I am happy that she's happy, but I'm happy that she's happy.
Now, I don't know that you're supposed to admit that, but I love that you did.
No, I'm happy for her, obviously, but you know what I mean. It's like, oh, okay, this is gonna be a good day. This is good.
Yeah, of course. So, that actually, it's funny you say that because I just got an email from an old friend. She's a listener / viewer, so you get a sense of how long she's been with TYT. And look, I don't think she listens or watches every day, certainly not, right? But she's been watching for a long time. She's a lovely grandmother, and we've had this. I wish I could have this kind of relationship with almost every viewer we have, but we just don't have time. There's 24 hours in a day, right? But for whatever reason, Daphne and I have corresponded over the years many times, and I really enjoy the relationship. And she sent me a sad note the other day. First of all, it was on a happy occasion. She wished me happy birthday, which she does every once in a while, right? And
once a year.
I don't know. The reason why I said every once in a while is that I don't know that she does it every year, and I don't hold her to it. Like what?
Every couple of months, she calls me up. Happy birthday, friend.
Yeah. So before I get back to Daphne, quick side note on that. I realized at the end of yesterday that I got one present, basically 2 presents. Of all things, actually, Haas took the family out to brunch for my birthday, so that was very nice of Haas. So that was a present, and
he does that. He's doing that on what is it? Stitcher money? It's not Stitcher money. What is it? It's
Twitch.
Twitch money.
Right. No, he's being generous. So it's
no. I got it. I couldn't remember what it was that he was. Yeah. That he could, but good for him. Good, that's a very kind thing to do.
Yeah, and my sister got me my favorite poem. She printed it out, and I love it. It's "If" by Rudyard Kipling. Wow,
and it was she printed it. That's
no. Here, I'll show it to you. It's in here.
Did she frame it, or did she just print it?
Yeah, no, I want to frame it, but it's like this, like on parchment paper, so it looks really cool.
What font?
I have no idea, and I don't know if this is parchment, but it sounded like it was parchment paper, didn't it?
It does sound. It has, but she printed it on paper of substance.
That's right. It was weighty, and she put in this wonderful note, and she sealed it with her own seal, so it felt like Game of Thrones. So it was awesome.
Right.
Super thoughtful.
The great thing about doing the thing where you seal it like with your blood, right? Whatever she did, right? Is it's sort of a way of presenting it without paying to get it framed. It's a very nice move, right? Because really all she did was print it. Like you got to frame it, but not if you put it in a folder and the blood seal goes on it, and then you're presenting it in a magnificent way. But now you got to get it framed.
But the ironic reason that I'm bringing that up is because I realized I didn't miss any of the other non-gifts. Like I'm at a point, and I think my family and friends recognize this, where no, the gift is super optional. I swear to God, I don't care. Right?
No, I'm one step further. I don't want them. I don't want them. My friend Dan is here. He's sitting socially distanced away. He's been vaccinated. He's a essential employee of the state where he lives, and. He got me a gift, and he got me a commemorative glass dedicated to all the things that you'll find around the University of Southern California. Right? He got me a USC glass because I hate USC, and I hate things. So it was like a double effective gift as far as he was concerned. So he's very proud of it. But there is some chance that I'll look at it and we'll laugh at it, and then I will throw it away.
Yeah. I mean, but you see, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Dan just said, give it to Cenk. He'll love it.
Yeah. Well, look. After a certain age, I'm not ready to announce the age yet because when we announce things on Old School, it's got weight to it.
Sure.
And I'm not ready for it to be in a book. I'm not ready for it to be a rule yet. The rule I'm ready for, but the age I'm not positive about. But after a certain age, you should only get and you should give and receive only optional gifts. So like Ben one year got me Bruce Springsteen out. Do we still say album? Is that what we say? CD, whatever, right? And because he knew that I would really like it.
Yeah, I wanted you to experience it, right? It was like right. It's not like there was no point where I was like, oh, I got to get something for Cenk. I was like,
yeah,
you know what? This will be cool, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's you just nailed it right there, Ben. What I don't want anyone thinking ever again in my life is, I got to get Cenk something. Okay, just don't. It's God. I swear to God, it's okay. I would rather have you not feel it. That would be my gift. Okay, you not feeling that. But if you happen to run across something that you think, oh yeah, I bet Ben would like that. Asher would like that. Cenk would like it. You go for it. I'll buy it.
Right. That's right.
That's how gifts should go. Right.
That's right. That's how gifts should go.
Yeah. And let alone the materialism, but
to steal from Seinfeld, but it's universally held. It's that no one should have to bring a gift when they're invited to a party at somebody else's house. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. It ruins the whole thing.
But that's why we like Seinfeld, because why it resonated, because it's so true. If somebody invites me over, then and then apparently, and I didn't do this for like 20, 30 years of my life, and I'm so glad in retrospect I didn't. Partly out of the fact that I didn't have any money, and hence I wouldn't have gone to anybody's house if I knew that was the rule. But mainly out of ignorance, a wonderful, blissful ignorance. And I remember, like, at some point, a girlfriend or something said, like, "Hey, Cenk, you got to bring wine to their house, otherwise it's very rude." I was like, "No, making me bring wine after you invited me over is really rude. Like, am I invited over, or is it conditional upon me bringing a gift?"
Right. Well, let's see what kind of gift he brings, and we'll find out whether he can come back. Yeah. It feels unless it's like a thing. Like, I like the idea. We had a couple of friends over for an outdoor gathering 10 days ago, a couple weekends ago, and they brought a bottle of a drink that they wanted to drink that night. So obviously there's plenty of it left over, but they're like, "Hey, we got this really cool whiskey. Let's crack. Do you mind if we crack it open?" Yeah. I was like, no, I'm saving this for something special.
Can you imagine they bring it in? You're like, "Oh, no, not for you guys." But that's great. Right. I love that you brought that whiskey.
Yeah, it's really great.
Come over. We're going to have a great time with that.
Yeah. I don't think it's not for tonight. Yeah. And that's fun, because that's the idea of an experience. Like, if you said to me, or I said to you, "Hey, it's your birthday, enough of this. I'm taking you to lunch. We're going to go to lunch, pick a place. We'll find a date. We'll go to lunch." That seems like that's lovely, right? Mm-hmm. And then really if you pay for it, then you're really only buying one half of the lunch, because we would have split it under normal circumstances, right? So it's not like some outrage. And that's an experience. That's a thing. And so I could handle that. That would be nice. But nothing is better.
Yeah. No, I remember when I was dirt poor and people would invite me to a nice dinner and they'd be doing me a huge favor. But then, like, somehow the circumstances would wind up with me having to pay the valet, right? And I'm like, I'd be like $7 plus you got to do tip, $10. That's like 4 meals for me. So, like, I appreciate it, but you're killing me here. You have no idea you're killing me.
Now, just because of position in life, right? I mean, neither of us is we're doing okay, right? But we're not wealthy, we're not rich. We neither of us are in a position where, like, whatever. If I lose $20 and I know I had it in my pocket, I'm going to go retrace my steps, right? I mean,
Ben, I don't know that I would ever be rich enough, but I
agree. I totally agree. Like,
yeah, but I like the idea of dreaming of being so rich that you lose $20 and you don't care.
You don't retrace your steps. I don't know if it's a good example, because I can't imagine somebody being like, I don't know, it's probably over there. Who cares? Right. But anyway, so what were we saying? I can't remember what we were saying before.
So I forget to, but I'll pick it up from that. Like the Sheldon Adelsons of the world that have the 34, 44, 64 billion, whatever they have, right? And I've lost track. They've lost track. Well, Sheldon's really lost track because he's dead. But so
he'll be all right.
Yeah. He, like, logically speaking, though, they should not retrace their steps.
No, they should not retrace it. Every second they spend retracing their steps is they're losing money. It was about tipping, because now you've reached a point where just because you can't face yourself if there's a $7 valet charge and you hand the guy a 10 and you ask for $1 or $2 back.
No, you can't do it.
You can't do it. You can't do it. But we had a long conversation on Old School not that long ago, because I think we were at 7 that you could still get 1 back. I don't remember. 8 obviously is an obvious $10 tip. There's no way around it. 7, it's a little bit of a criminal act that they're doing there to force you to give them $3, because you can't. I mean, if you have fewer dollars on you, if you have $8, $9, you could have him. You could give him $9, right? But if you have to give him a larger bill, you have to give him $10. That's all there is to it.
I literally thought this morning when I was getting a bagel or whatever I was getting. Now I don't have any change on me, but I have a 5. 5 is too much for a bagel as a tip, right? But I've been here twice and not had change. I was like, I'll get him the next. I'll leave the 5 next time, right?
Dan and I were just discussing. This is good because Dan was very kind and he ordered P.F. Chang's for our house. It's funny. He ordered food. Like he had said, tell me what you want to order. And then I didn't get back in touch with him forever. And then I called him to say, because, we got a 7-year-old daughter, turns 8 this week, that she wanted, the thing she wanted was just vegetable sushi. And my Dan had ordered P.F. Chang's. There's nothing our daughter can eat at P.F. Chang's. But it's very nice. I love P.F. Chang's, but I guess he got the wrong things, but whatever. So P.F. Chang's comes and he got like 2 orders of dumplings and 2 entrees or 3 entrees? 3 entrees and 2 orders of dumplings. That's it, right? 2 orders of dumplings, 6 dumplings a piece, 3 entrees. $128. And Dan is not a guy who concerns himself whether something costs $88 or $128. It's just not how he goes through life, right? It's just a healthier way, probably. And he doesn't waste money. I'm just saying it's not he. Yeah, and the convenience of having somebody deliver it, he would be like, how you don't have a right to. Even he was like, this. I like P.F. Chang's. This is not $128 worth of food. This does not meet the $128 standard. $88? Okay, fine. But even so, I just say there's a moment that something is it's just too much money. And then you got to tip because, of course, now you give these, you reminded me with the tipping because, I mean, I give every Postmates person, which is what I'm using now lately, every time anybody brings something, I leave 25%. And that bill gets big.
Yeah. No, coronavirus has made me more generous. My tips have like nearly doubled, although you couldn't tell from the last story I told, or if that's doubling, oh boy. but no,
$5 next time.
Yeah, like no, the 20% on Postmates used to be painful for me.
Right.
But now I'm going to 25. I'm like, no, I got to do it. I'm like, if you don't want to do it, then don't order from Postmates.
Then don't order from Postmates, right? Make a sandwich.
Yeah. And so, but I'm going to declare a new Dan rule, right? And I know a lot of folks like Dan. One of my best friends, Bora, is like that. My brother-in-law, Chris, is like that. And now I think my daughter, Joy, is like that. And so the way that that philosophy, to some degree, I don't know if this is being fair or unfair to them, is why wouldn't I order $128 of food? I have $130.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. And so and it's really born out of just generosity. For me, and I don't feel great about this about myself, but I'm always thinking and calculating, right? And I hope usually for the better, right? Trying to come up with a good plan to make as many people happy as possible. But it serves as a break in my system that Bora and Chris don't have. So they're just more instinctually generous, and it makes them more pleasant to hang around with.
Totally. There's no question that's all true. There is just but part of it is there's a practicality too, that like I think, okay, if I have $138, why would I spend $128 on this one meal I could spend $48 on one meal and $38 on another meal and $28 on another meal, and there'd still be $27 left over for a fourth meal. That's 4 meals that we could have, right? And they think, no, I'm going to spend $120 on this meal. When everybody's going to eat, it's going to be fun, it's going to be great. And the next meal, I don't have any money. Well, I won't do that then. I won't have it. I won't have money. It doesn't concern. And that was, I'm not sure all the people we described would fit that circumstance, but like that was certainly what and you see it in the film about my grandfather. Eventually, listeners, there'll be a film about your grandfather and you'll see how he lived his life. But Herman would like if he had $170, he'd buy $170 worth of drinks for everybody. And then he wouldn't be able to do that next time because he wouldn't have any money until he had more money when he'd do it again. Like keeping extra money for another thing didn't enter his manner of thinking at any point ever. There's something that is very appealing about that.
100%. And I unfortunately that is the one thing I cannot relate to. It involves a criminal amount of non-planning, and I just can't stomach it. Right now, having said that, I admire it, and it's it's living life fully in a completely different way. Like, I got this now, I'm gonna live this up, and then I'll catch you on the flip side. And it is what it is. Yeah. And there's something liberating and free about that. And that's why people like your grandfather were appealing to people. I mean, he was clever, he was smart, he was funny, but people also Manc's gonna take care of you, right? And Manc's a fun, good guy to hang out with. You want to be that guy.
That's right.
And if one day I ever have money, I hope I will be that guy because I can do math unlike Adelson. And I know when you have enough. And when you do, don't bother retracing your steps. And for God's sake, pay for dinner and tip well.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. All right. We got to go to the next episode. back on Old School. Cenk and Ben with you guys. Brought to you by twostrongcoffee.com/TYT. Check that out. It's good coffee. Okay, in the last episode, or this one, depending on how you're watching this, we're talking about Ben's friend Dan. And I've decided there's a new Dan rule. And I wanted to share that with you, Ben. So you said in the story about how he ordered P.F. Chang's, he reached out to you a couple of times. You didn't get a chance to get back to him, so he ordered. He didn't necessarily order, quote unquote, correctly the things that you would have ordered.
Ordered incorrectly. That's right.
But theoretically, apparently incorrectly, right? But the Dan rule is if you're going to order food for folks and you reach out to them twice and they don't get back to you, order whatever the hell you want.
Oh, yeah, totally. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just move forward. Move forward. You know what I like about Dan? Decisive action.
I'm not sure that as I'm not sure a full reading of the entire man would leave you with that same reaction. But in this case, yes, indeed it applies. Yeah.
But it's the same thing that we talked about in regards to his generosity. There's not a second thought given to it. And I like that. I like that he's free and not giving it a second thought.
You know, and he's we've talked about this before, but since he's here and we're talking about it, well, it bears repeating. It's a very interesting way to go through life because he'll, sometimes when we're all in Vegas together, I think you've been there for a couple of the times, Cenk. On the, we take a trip for one of the weekends of the football playoffs, and there'll be a nice big dinner, and then it doesn't happen every year. It shouldn't theoretically ever happen because everybody sort of chips in. These are big dinners, be over $100 a person, and the bill will come for 8 people and it's $1,000 and he'll pay it.
Yeah.
He just bought it, right? And he doesn't expect you to buy him a $1,200 dinner ever again or anything. But when you meet the next morning and eat breakfast, you better be prepared to pay. Like you got to buy that. So he buys you a steak and 2 glasses of wine and some whiskey and a chocolate souffle and a baked potato and a shrimp cocktail and all the accoutrements that go with that. You're gonna have to get some pancakes the next morning. That's basically how it is. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, first of all, that seems eminently fair.
Yeah.
I think that it's a fun quirk of his personality that he expects that. I have a friend who doesn't expect that, but he expects something simple, which is like, this is not that interesting. Just like, thanks. And if somebody is like not at all appreciative, he's like, well, okay. Duly noted.
It's not like he'd pay for breakfast too, but he would definitely note the person who said to him, let's see, it's 33, let's just say 40 each. Dan, you got 40? He would think, he'd be like, huh. Interesting. Yeah.
Well, and then my other friend Bora that I've now mentioned a couple of times, he just buy breakfast too, and then he'd buy lunch, and then like not because he had enough, but because he had enough. Like I haven't run out of money yet, so why wouldn't I buy?
Yeah, no, I got you. They're both acceptable matters. And that mainly it's not so much Dan expects it, is that that you can make it whole with a kind gesture. That's it. And that's really what it is.
No, I like his that he thinks that's what a decent person would do, and hence he expects it, right? So I agree. All right, so back to Daphne. So I started telling you about this listener/watcher that has been with us for a long time at TYT, the Young Turks, and so she sent me this note on my birthday, as she does sometimes, and so that's how we started the conversation about the birthdays and stuff in the last episode, but there's no obligation for her to send me an email. It's not like I went through a birthday and I was like, oh, I guess Daphne's not sending me emails anymore. No, she's got a life to live, etc. I don't expect anything. In fact, I was surprised when I saw it today, or yesterday. So it was a very lovely note about my birthday. But she also passed on, which she does from time to time, something about her current circumstance, and her beloved husband passed away after 52 years of marriage. Okay, and so and I asked her about the relationship because she talked about it. And And she answered back why it worked so well for 52 years. And it was one of the most wonderful notes I've ever read. And you know, she said, look, when we were poor, we would just, our entertainment was we'd get in a car and we'd drive around together. And we just loved being with each other. And we genuinely loved making each other happy. And God, I wish that weren't rare. Right.
Right.
Yeah. And so I love that, man. I just do. And I'm glad that I have that relationship with her. Like I said earlier, I wish I could have it with, I was going to say every viewer, but probably not every viewer.
Hey, Jack, what are you doing this weekend? I got like, I'm driving around with like 19 different people. Well, where are you going to drive? I don't know, man. We're just going to drive and make each other happy.
Wouldn't it be an infinitely better planet if that's how everybody was? And look, I don't mean to make it sad or anything like that, and I don't mean to make it too schmoopy, but like, doesn't it suck that most people don't operate that way, right? Like,
yeah. So yeah. I'm sure you talked about this on the show, but it related to this. So that and there's no context that makes this better. John Cornyn, senator from Texas, I think yesterday, Sunday, I think we're shooting this on Monday. He wrote, Bill Clinton ran for re-election on a platform that said, quote, "We cannot tolerate illegal immigration and we must stop it," right? And then he subtweeted, if I'm using that term correctly, himself. And he said, "President Biden has instead emphasized the humane treatment of immigrants regardless of their legal status." Gotcha. You know, like, yeah. Boom.
That's amazing. It was John Cornyn?
Yeah.
That's the second most powerful Republican senator in the country.
Yeah.
And he just tweeted like, "Ha ha, Biden wants to treat people humanely. Got him." I mean, if ever there was a perfect symbolism for the current Republican Party, that is it. That is
some
amazing.
People were suggesting that whoever handles his Twitter account is trolling him. Right? You know, like President Biden has instead emphasized the humane treatment of immigrants regardless of their legal status. Like he wants to treat them all humanely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so there's two things there. The political side, anyway. So back in the day, there was a debate between Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush as they were competing in the primary for the 1980 candidacy. And obviously Reagan won that. But in that debate, there was this moment when they talked about immigration, and they both were trying to outdo each other for how much they loved immigrants.
That's right.
And wanted to open up the country. And it was amazing. And then, by the way, of course, as some of you might know, Reagan then did massive amnesty for undocumented immigrants. And so now when you hear Republicans talking about like, oh, amnesty, it's terrible, the only person who's done amnesty is Reagan. It's amazing how much the Republican Party has moved. Second point is actually political too. Ben, I mean, they're in a I don't think it's trolling him at all. I think that they're in a horrible off. We'll have to come up with a better name than that for it. But like so Marjorie Taylor Greene's like, I think there's Jewish space lasers, and Boebert's like, well, I think maybe we should kill some of the Democrats. And then Chip Royce does a heated speech in favor of lynchings. Like, no, this is what gets positive attention among small conservative donors, conservative voters, and conservative media. So they're, I mean, by the end, they're going to be like, no, I would have dated Jeffrey Dahmer. No, oh yeah, I would have been Jeffrey Dahmer. Oh yeah, I would have eaten Jeffrey Dahmer. That's what the Republican Party is going to turn into.
It's really just stunning. I keep trying to. At first, I mean, I ended up tweeting about it, but at first I was like, okay, this is being misinterpreted. So I went back to make sure that we weren't missing something. Like when you see, on Twitter, there's some 9-second video that shows something horrible, and you're like, oh my God, I can't believe this. I'm going to need to see more than 9 seconds. Maybe I should just sit this one out until I get a little bit more information, a little more context. But that was the context. That was it. There was no context.
Yeah. All right. Back to the question we started with. All right. So we got through only two things. I asked Ben in the beginning of the longer episode, what makes you happy? So far, one was avoiding people.
No, it wasn't avoiding people. It was people showing up late or not showing up at all to things that I'm at.
Right.
Where I'm not the guy who ruined things. That makes me feel I always enjoy that.
Well, actually, you said like making your wife happy, but that also somewhat not ruining things. So like, what I'm getting from you is you not ruining things is a giant win for you.
Where there's obvious blame elsewhere is a very appealing circumstance. And somehow with my therapist, it was just unbelievably appealing. Oh my God, Ben, I'm so sorry. I wrote down Tuesday instead of Monday. I'll be there in 19 minutes. He comes in. I'm so sorry. I'm a goof. I'm like, hey man, it's awesome.
Yeah. All right. Can you name a third thing that makes you happy?
Sure. Laughing, like being in it, not laughing is the reflection of being happy, but that moment of whatever those things are, that lasts for me. Like when you're with friends or with family, when you make your daughter laugh, your wife laughed, or you guys laugh, when then there's real camaraderie, right? Sort of being a part of something that is bigger than me. Like when going back to high school, when you feel like you were on a team, right? So when those circumstances manifest themselves in life, when I feel like our little family unit here is a team, or again, we're all hanging out together and we're all laughing at the same things and sort of like-minded in our manner of thinking. That I do. That carries a lasting emotional buzz.
Yeah, that makes sense. So now as coronavirus, we hope is starting to wind down. The cases are going way down, at least in California they are, and they are across the country, but obviously the
couple of places, couple of outliers.
There's a couple of outliers, mainly because people, the usual stuff. People refuse to wear masks, etc. Right? And so now people are, I think, with some degree of guilt. Some folks are beginning to admit, maybe this was a pretty decent time out on life, and I have to confess to being in that category. So. Coronavirus, would I do it over again? Of course not. There's 525,000 dead in America alone, now much higher than that. And so we all got shut in for a year against our will. So we participated because we wanted to be healthy, right? And not endanger ourselves or our loved ones, but we certainly didn't choose it overall. And so acknowledging all the horrible downsides, especially for others, and feeling, really lucky that I didn't suffer any of that, or too many loved ones didn't. But I have to confess, I like the timeout. It felt like a literal timeout in the game of life, where we got to go sit on the bench for a year and think things through. And I have to confess that that wound up being helpful to me. So I'm curious what your take on it is, what your experience was.
Yeah, I'm so certain that we're going to go back, and just would buttress your point that we're going to go back to where we were, right? I mean, I get asked it a lot in regard to movies. Will people go back to the theater? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know anything about this industry. I really don't, but, and some theaters will close, and seeing movies at home is now more of an option. But the fact is, people can't wait to go back out, right? People are going to want to go back out. So we will return to our habits, and many of those habits are bad habits. And so many of the lessons learned about what's important and who's important will be forgotten, because it's not as if, ambition and lust for success or other things are going to drift away. I think many of the things that you got out of this, I'm sure you'll keep it. Like you're one of the candidates to keep it, just because of the nature of who you are. You tend to, you have a great capacity to learn and grow. But I don't know that most of us do. So my wife feels very much the same way that you do, by the way, that this was like a really terrible thing, of course, but a blessed time out. to reassess. And I see it. I agree. And I agreed certainly for a while, and then I've had trouble not being, these last 4 or 5 months been harder and angrier for some reason. Odd toward that. Hopefully, knock on wood, that we are toward the end, but that's when the anger would come out. I was pretty cool about it for a while.
Yeah, well, that leads to a couple other things. I think that I underestimated how apart a family normally is, right? So in the old days, and soon, definitely within the month, we'll be going back to this because schools are reopening in California. You drop off the kids early in the morning, and then I have to go to work, and then I work till late oftentimes, so I don't see them the whole day, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And so during coronavirus, I got to see them 24/7, and I love my kids, and I love spending time with them. Everybody loves their kids, right? But but I have particular fun with the different activities me and Pro do and me and Joy do, right? So that was an awesome opportunity for me. But more importantly, I think we all lost track of how little we see each other.
I think that's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And the funny thing is, because of course we saw a lot of our families, but we didn't see a lot of our friends, right? We didn't see coworkers. We didn't that there was a definite trade-off there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's there should be more of an effort for meaningful time together when you're not just sort of passing ships. But I definitely missed seeing, but I desperately missed seeing friends, and that thing I talked about, sort of that manner that you connect with with that part of your life.
Yeah, look, probably certainly in the top 5 of things I've missed. It's really up there. But for fear of offending others, I don't want to rank them. But is dinner with the guys. To go out to a nice steak restaurant and hang out and drink
have Dan pay. It's pretty great.
Oh yeah, I miss that the most. I'll get the waffles in the morning. I don't mind that at all. Okay.
Yeah, I bet I'd be able to make it. I might sleep in, so I won't even be there.
Yeah. Yeah. Now that I know that about Dan, you'll never see me at breakfast again. But
totally.
Oh, I'll get it in the morning. Wink.
Sure.
But I definitely miss that. But I think people are going to burst. This is so. I think it kind of leads to 2 things we talked about on the show today with Anna. One is that at Miami Beach, the mayor and everybody else is going, "Go back home! Don't come here! Don't come here!" And people are like, "No, we're tired of being at home." And these are young people in college, and they're on spring break. They're like, "No, I don't want to lose another spring break. I just don't agree. We're done with it." So look, I know some people get mad at me and stuff, but I'm telling you, man, the Fauci and the rest saying you still have to wear a mask after getting vaccinated, they're playing with fire there. People are going to burst.
Yeah, I think that's why there was that notion that came out with that vaccinated people can be with other vaccinated people without a mask. I think that was a direct reaction to that. If you're vaccinated and you're in the world and you don't know if everybody around you's been vaccinated, you should probably wear a mask. Right. But if you're hanging out with people who are vaccinated, then for the love of God, yeah, you got to let us. Yeah, I agree with you. But I think the bursting is going to come anyway. I actually learned it while watching a basketball game. Again, we're taping this on Monday, and I was watching Colorado lose to Florida State, the first Pac-12 team to lose in the NCAA tournament. And with about 6 minutes to play, they go to the sideline reporter, and he comes back and says, "I'm here to bring you a sad news update. Many people, including a police officer, have been killed in a supermarket shooting in Boulder, Colorado." And I'm seeing now that it's 10 people killed in a shooting in Boulder, Colorado tonight as we tape this, and it comes a week or so after the 6 women or 5 women. I don't know if they were all women who died. I think 6 women.
No. It was 8 people who died overall, and 7 were women.
7, excuse me. Thank you. Right. 8 overall, and 7 women killed in Atlanta in the massage parlors. So, there's a sense to be like, okay, well, we've got 2 mass shootings here in a week, so we're back. That's it. And
I literally tweeted it tonight, Ben, and that's things are getting back to normal. And
I don't want to be flippant about it, but so I mean, I got you, but it is hard not to have that cross your mind.
No, guys, look, I don't want to spend too much time on it because we talk about it so much.
We hadn't had. I was just sorry, real quick. I get mad. I don't know if I was prescient enough to think this before Atlanta. Maybe it was after, but it was in the last. I feel like 2 or 3 weeks, and that like wow, there aren't mass shootings, right? Maybe because there aren't mass gatherings, fewer than, or maybe a combination of that and this sense that affects everyone, even people who are capable of losing it. Right, or we're always capable, or are cruel, or whatever causes it. Right, evil. There wasn't as much of that. I got it. There were plenty of murders, and I'm sure there were plenty of horrible domestic situations that occurred across the country. But we had been spared this, and then bang, 2 in a row very quickly, and it's discouraging, especially with the optimism that we had all placed in. Foolishly, because that doesn't matter. The date, the turn to 2021 and the end of the previous administration actually doesn't mean anything. The calendar doesn't know that, right? But it's sort of this feeling like, oh, it'll be better. Things will be better. And these are stark reminders that that's not how life works.
Yeah. So the thing I was going to say is we've said it a million times, but we don't have a democracy. 97% of Americans want federal background checks, and it doesn't matter how many massacres we're going to have. So the thing I'm starting to get mad about, and it's a weird thing to get mad about, but it's not. When witnesses say, "Oh, it doesn't look like there's any place to hide," like I can't believe it happened here. I've been saying this for a decade. Believe it. It's going to happen very close to you. There's nonstop massacres in America. This country has completely and utterly lost its mind, and we have no government. The government will not pass a goddamn thing because of the filibuster and all the other stuff. So no, they're never going to protect you. And that's another thing that's going to burst. It's going to burst. Like the anger in the middle of the country is. People have no idea. Look, I'll go serious to lighter, but there's a couple of things that are brewing, right? And so I talked to this Senate candidate in Missouri. His name is Lucas Kunce, and I think he's got a good chance of winning, and he's running as a populist.
He's running, this is for Roy Blunt's seat.
That's right. But it's a different time. And so in the old days, a populist would have been perceived to have no chance. Okay. Now it felt as I was interviewing him, talking to him off air and then interviewing him on air, that he was the favorite because you have no hope of winning in the middle of the country if you're not a populist. And I think it's now becoming obvious enough that even the blindest man in America, Chuck Schumer, might be beginning to see it. Like I thought talking to Lucas, Schumer might back him, right? Whereas just 4 years ago, the idea of Schumer backing a populist Senate candidate would have been unimaginable, right? But as Lucas was talking about what happened, so he's a veteran. He was in the Marines. He grew up very poor. He served 13 years there, and super smart guy. A heartwarming story about Pell Grants and
how you spell his last name, real quick?
Kunce, Kunce, Kunce. Okay, and so he wound up going to Yale because he's a really bright kid, right? His parents had their house foreclosed on, but he wound up somehow getting to Yale, and so then he became a Marine, and then he came back, and then he's a really thoughtful guy, obviously very intelligent, and works on anti-monopoly issues. And so he said when he came back to his hometown, Jeff City, Missouri, for the first 2 times he said it, I thought he said Jefferson City, and I just didn't hear it. But it turns out, no, it's Jeff City. But
I think it is Jefferson City. That's just what they call it.
Oh, okay. See, that's what I thought. Now, but now I feel like a knucklehead. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, that's just what the cool people call Jefferson said.
Yeah, but that explains it perfectly because I'm not cool.
There you go. Right.
And so he said the houses are boarded up, the shops are closed. Like we're all screwed. And on the coast, and if you're living in the middle of the country and you're watching this or hearing this, you're probably thinking, like, doesn't everybody know that? No, on the coast, the life is grand, and we're all in the, not all by a long shot, but a lot of folks are in the capital in the Hunger Games, and they have no idea what's happening in the districts. None. Nobody in Washington or New York knows. Zero. And there's only so many boarded up houses and stores that America can take before they say, God damn it, now I'm going to fucking do something, right?
So, like, Jack, I think there are a couple things. One, obviously, I think you're correct, except I really, it is worth mentioning that, and from the moment that I came from a political family and the moment I first started talking about it, and then I noticed the artists who sang about it, Billy Joel and Allentown and Bruce Springsteen and 100 songs, and campaign after campaign, that idea that the elites in the decision-making areas, because of course it's not like everybody in California is living a great life in any way, right? Yeah. There's poverty all over the place here. Some 500 feet from where I am right now, and in that there is not a connection with what's happening in the middle of the country, right? That old, the Wall Street, Main Street line, which is so hacky now and beaten to death. So I don't know. I'm not convinced that it is. I lean toward that something different, that there is certainly more directed anger at rich people, right?
Yeah.
And powerful people, right? Sort of mixed together, whatever that might mean. And that might mean the politicians who've done it, or the understanding that some are having that your anger probably ought not be directed so much at the politicians, or at least you need to save as much of it for the people to whom who are paying them, right? And that we are a corporatist, consumerist society, and that means something, and that has had an effect on the people who he's talking about, who Lucas Kunce is talking about in Jeff City. So I'm curious I'm more than curious about whether this is anything more than what Walter Mondale was talking about, right? And what it somehow stuck with me, Allentown, because it is such an industrial town. And what Billy Joel was talking about in 1982 within Allentown, they're closing all the factories down.
No, I know it is.
Yeah,
I know it is for a number of reasons. Number one, the wealth inequality now is substantially higher than 1982. So that's real, and people feel it in their lives. And it's the inequality that drives them crazy more than just their lack of opportunity and lack of income. And they can see us on the coast doing what we do, and they're getting none of it, and they've got no hope. And so the second reason I know, other than like the raw data on wealth inequality, and that always explodes in history. It's never not exploded. And number two is QAnon. Like, people are so sick of what the elites and powerful people are saying, they don't believe them at all, and that they're starting to believe insane things. Right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's the difference, is the access to information, which is great, except that so much of the information is inaccurate and insane, but has been completely absorbed.
Yeah, I taped an interview today with Ken Klippenstein, and folks will see it on Tuesday. So he used to be with TYT, now he's with Intercept. And he did a story about, like, the FBI's like having to track down like the conspiracy theorists, but more importantly, the white supremacist groups that are trying to blow up cell towers. Okay, why? Because they're convinced that the 5G, which of course you know me, I have no idea what the difference between the 4G and the 5G would be.
It's 1G. It's 1G.
Yeah, well, apparently yes. The correct answer is empirically G.
It is really dumb. Yeah.
But apparently the people don't think that's the correct answer. They think 5G cell towers are somehow spreading coronavirus.
So
I have no earthly idea how that would happen.
So I want to relate this to a story that I told on Old School some time ago, early in the pandemic, when we had I lied and I made up what the guy did because I somehow thought it would come back. It doesn't matter, right? He was a plumber, right? I think I said he was a roofer when I told the story, but we had a plumber who came in, and he was the first person to expose me to the idea that the CDC was lying about the numbers, and there was 1/20th as many coronavirus cases, and they just updated it today, and none of that was true. There was a CDC in their massive inclusion of numbers of people who died only of coronavirus and had no other condition at all, right? But that is not that's anyway. So of course, wildly misinterpreted, and the number had been there for months, right? And I remember I didn't understand because he was so helpful with a bunch of things around the house, not just plumbing things. He knew stuff about stove. He just had a couple of new kids, and I liked him, right? And then it turns out that he believed crazy things. And I thought at first he was we were agreeing that Trump. My first thought was, you're kidding. Trump ordered the CDC to reduce the numbers. Because that sounded plausible to me, but I'm like, he can't get away with that. So then I just looked it up, and I, within seconds, find the Washington Post and Snopes being like, here is this crazy thing people have just started to believe in the last 24 hours. So this guy, he didn't believe any of that. It turns out, well, we've reconnected with him. I was so angry that day. And he really is a very decent guy. He really is. And he's very good at his job, and which I am very drawn to. I love competence. And turned out he has he got coronavirus. He got COVID, and he got very sick, and he was on a ventilator, and he just had 2 new kids. And obviously, if he got sick and he was on a ventilator in the hospital, he nearly died. Right? Thankfully, he didn't, and he was able to come off the ventilator, and he is recovered enough to be able to return to work. And my wife asked him, because I didn't see him, I wasn't there, I was working. And my wife asked him, wow, this must have shaken you a little bit, considering how you thought it was underreported. And he said, yeah, it did. It really stunned me when I got it. And I was like, oh, okay, well, and then he said, but I tell you this, I'm not getting the vaccine. Who knows what Bill Gates put in that?
Yeah, it's over.
Right.
And I don't know to what degree you'll agree with this, and I don't want to debate it, but I'm positive it's largely the mainstream media's fault. And not because they're putting out wrong information. No, they're filtering in information in a way that helps the powerful. It's not incorrect. Sometimes it is, but oftentimes it's not. Overwhelming majority of the time, it is correct information, but it is selective. It is without context or the wrong context. And so I'll summarize it in the simple thing of like the trickle-down economics. I mean, that's such a stupid, unbelievable idea but for 40 years, it's been shoved down our throat by the mainstream media as if it was credible and legitimate. And like, we're literally telling people we have to give everything to the rich. And then if you're lucky, some of it will trickle all over you, right? Or trickle on top of your head. I mean, it's called trickle-down economics.
Right. It's incredibly poorly named. Nobody wants anything trickling on them. We only think of one thing trickling on you, and it's not good.
And it's backed by no economic theory. It's laughably wrong. The correct economic theory, proven by every fact, is the opposite. If you give more to the poor and the middle class, they're more likely to spend it. It creates a velocity of money. It's better for the economy, borne out by every economy that has ever done both models, right? Yet the mainstream media lied to us for 40, 50 years, telling us that it was not only a plausible theory, but the one that was most likely to be correct. They did not do it on purpose. It's the invisible hand of the market. It's an amazing thing. And again, I don't want to debate it. But what wound up happening is, for people, generally speaking, both on the right and now increasingly on the left, people are going, well, that's definitely not true, right? And I'm saying just big picture, Grant, not just trickle-down economics. Whatever that horse shit they're trying to sell me is definitely not true. And I sense it in my bones, and I sense it in my life. My house, I'm bankrupt. The whole town is closed down, and you're telling me how fucking hunky-dory it is? No, fuck you. I don't know what it is, but maybe it's the cell towers, maybe it's Fauci, maybe it's Gates, maybe it's whatever the fuck it is, but it ain't that. Right.
I tell you this, Cenk, I don't think you're wrong. I don't know exactly what it means, and or how visceral or widespread that anger is, or whether that anger can be coalesced into some sort of political movement, or whether the invisible hand of the market will continue to guide it as it always has in some ways. Yeah. But the I listen to NPR News most days, sometimes a couple times a day. Now that I figured out how to get it on the app, you can always get the last news on the hour, right? It's 5 minutes. It's usually pretty good. And I listen, and at the end of every single one during the day, Dow closed up 114 points at 32,863. The NASDAQ is up 73 at whatever the hell the NASDAQ at. This is NPR News. That's how it ends every single time. I'm Corva Coleman. This is NPR News, right? And I thought, man, they have just, today, it was this morning, after dropping my daughter off at school, like they have convinced us that the only measure of the economy that matters, the ultimate measure, maybe not the only measure, but the ultimate measure of the economy is that the stock market. And I thought, wow, it's at 32,000. Boy, things are really humming along. And I'm like, yeah, you have a ton of money invested in the stock market. I guess it does, right? But most people do not have a ton of money invested in the stock market, as we well know. So, and that has been, and it's not wrong, and it's valuable information, right? And it should be included in any business broadcast. But it probably certainly ought not be the accepted standard measuring stick by which we determine whether things are good or bad in the United States of America. But it is done. It won.
Yeah, I'll end on these two things. First, that's a great example, Ben. Imagine if that's exactly what I'm talking about. Look, NPR has good intent. They have good people that work there, smart people that work there. They've just internalized the talking points and the assumptions, most importantly, the assumptions. Imagine if every NPR broadcast ended with wages have gone down again as a percentage of GDP, and every day they reminded you how much wages have gone down.
Yeah. What if it said at the end, at least a couple times a week, and we conclude this week by pointing out the average American worker makes $47,836 a year. I may be scandalously high, or I'm pretty sure I'm not a low. Makes $42,852 a year. In the last 20 years, that's an increase of whatever percentage, but inflation has gone up this much, so you're actually making less money than you did in 1987. I'm Ben Mankiewicz. This is NPR News. Right? That was just how it ended.
You know what would happen? Because we have internalized assumptions, everyone who heard that would think that's biased. Right? Why are they telling me about how wages won't go up? But yet telling you the stock market continues to go up so that the rich are super happy is not biased. In fact, you're supposed to be happy that the rich are happy. Like, oh, it's just so, like, the bias is so thick that they can't see it themselves. Anyway, that leads to the last thing. It was supposed to be lighter, but now we are out of time, and it's within this context still fits in anyway. So the second thing Anna and I talked about on TYT today was the Kylie Jenner story, right? So she says, and
I'll be honest, I don't know the Kylie Jenner story. This will be news to me. Yeah,
and there's only a 75% chance that I'm talking about the right Jenner or Kardashian. But anyway, so her makeup artist got into a tragic car accident, and so she's trying to raise $60,000 for GoFundMe, and she chipped in $5,000 herself. She makes, according to press reports, $450,000 every single day. Okay, so there was a universal fuck you. I'm supposed to chip in. Dude, that's like, what is that? 1/9 of your daily salary?
Yeah, it's nothing. I mean, in 2019, Forbes estimated her net worth at $1 billion, making her at the age of 21. This is according to Wikipedia, but there's a link. The world's youngest self-made billionaire.
Yeah. So it turns out that she was fudging that a little bit, but who cares if it's 800 million? So I don't want to rehash the story we did on the show, But I bring it up in this context because I think Anna made a good point where she, like in the 5 years ago, when Trump and the Kardashians and the Jenners would flaunt their wealth and they do Keeping Up with the Kardashians and, oh, I bought my 17th Mercedes. They all laugh, pour champagne all over themselves, flush gold down the toilet. People loved it. They were like, oh my God, I want to keep up with the Kardashians.
I just want to point out though, Cenk,
show.
Just real quick, let me just say
Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Some of that champagne.
I got a note for you. It's impossible. You can't keep up with the Kardashians. They're billionaires.
Some of that champagne trickled down to the help. Just want to point out.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, they had to clean up that just champagne that trickled down later. And so, whereas now, when they do the same thing, like Kim Kardashian a couple of months ago was like, oh, for my birthday or Kanye's birthday or whoever the fuck's birthday, we rented out a whole island and we all went there because it's coronavirus and we thought it'll be just us and we just buy an island. Isn't that great? And everybody was like, fuck you, right? So like, no. The mood and the culture and everything has shifted. So that's why Kylie Jenner today is in shock. She's like, she's making up total weirdo lies. Oh no, they were at 6,000 and the original goal was 10,000. That's why I put in the 5,000. Then why did you ask people to contribute if you'd put them over the top? I thought that the people would give me credit. Yeah, okay, right? So that's you could see it in the media. You can see it and in the entertainment, right? That's where you can see where the culture is actually going and where it's actually at. So now people are no longer want to keep up with the Kardashians, they want to find them, right? And so when you've gotten to a world where people are like, yeah, Kylie, tweet one more thing, right? Then you know things are at a bad place. It's not a good place to be, right? It's going to burst. So I don't know when it's going to burst. And that stock market seems like it is never going to end. And it's going to. It's a bubble. It's the most obvious bubble in the world. Pouring every dollar back into the hands of the wealthy. And so something's going to give, and it ain't going to be pretty.
This was a fun show.
We started with what makes you happy and ended with something's going to give and the whole world's going to burst. Well, it is what it is. All right. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Asher, and everybody else. Who's that? We got Brandon tonight. Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Asher. Good night. Happy birthday, Cenk.
Happy birthday, Cenk. See you guys next time.